Under the searing sun of the East African savanna, the air was thick with tension and the scent of survival. The parched earth trembled under the sweltering heat, and amidst the scorched grass, a small tragedy was unfolding. A zebra foal, its legs still shaky and its black and white stripes not yet toughened, stood alone. It had lost its herd during the chaos of the Great Migration. Its eyes were panicked, searching in vain for its mother's silhouette. Not far away, shadows began to flicker. A pack of hyenas, the most cunning opportunists of the plains, had caught the scent of weakness. They began to maneuver into position, emitting haunting laughs, a sound that signaled approaching death. As the circle closed in, the little zebra stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer instinct of fear. According to the unchangeable laws of nature, this was to be a feast for the predators. However, just as the first hyena prepared to spring, a majestic figure stepped out from a cluster of acacia trees. It was a lioness. Her appearance caused the pack to halt. But instead of finishing off the tiny prey, as one might expect, the lioness stepped forward and stood directly in front of the foal. She did not roar. She simply cast a cold, commanding gaze directly at the hyenas. A strange silence fell over the plains. The lioness was not hunting, she was protecting. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the queen, the hyenas retreated sullenly into the shadows. In a land where death is the norm, a sprout of compassion had just bloomed. Following the tense encounter with the hyenas, an unprecedented scene began to unfold on the plains. The lioness turned and walked slowly toward the heart of her territory. The zebra foal, still trembling with fear but guided by an instinct that this majestic creature was its only hope for survival, followed quietly behind. The small, clicking hoofbeats of the ungulate mingled with the soft, steady strides of the great cat. They moved through grass taller than a man, heading toward a solitary, ancient acacia tree with branches spread wide like a giant umbrella, sheltering a small patch of earth below. Beneath that acacia, where sharp thorns and thick foliage formed a natural fortress, 3 lion cubs lay waiting. When they saw their mother return with a strange guest, their wild instincts flared. They sprang up, their downy fur bristling, and tiny growls escaped their throats as they caught the scent of prey. The zebra foal recoiled, huddling close to the lioness's flank. Immediately, the mother emitted a low, guttural rumble, an undeniable command. She used her sandpapery tongue to gently lick the foal's head, then did the same for her cubs. This was the scent-sharing ritual, her way of declaring that from now on, this living being was part of the family. The first few hours passed in a state of dramatic wariness. The cubs approached curiously, sniffing the strange black and white stripes, while the foal cowered in the shade. However, under the strict supervision of the lioness, hostility gradually gave way to childish curiosity. By late afternoon, as the golden sunlight filtered through the acacia leaves, an incredible sight could be seen. The little zebra curled up, its head resting on the back of a lion cub, while the mother lion lay encircling them all, creating a perimeter of absolute protection. Here, under the acacia tree, the laws of survival were temporarily suspended to make room for a bond that transcended species. The lioness provided more than just safety. She provided a strange, spiritual connection. She taught her cubs how to coexist with a creature that was inherently food, and she taught the zebra that the world was not just about bloody hunts, but also about gentle protection. The ancient acacia was no longer just a tree. It had become a sanctuary of peace in the heart of the harsh savanna. Time passed over the African plains, bringing distinct seasonal changes. The early rains fell, turning the dry earth around the acacia into a lush green carpet, which then gave way to a harsh drought that sent dust swirling through the air. In that cycle, the one small foal had grown significantly. Its stripes were now sharp and glossy under the sun, and the once scrawny legs had become powerful muscles, capable of explosive bursts of speed across the grasslands. However, this zebra's life was unlike any other in the migratory herds. It lived in a biological paradox, possessing the body of a herbivore, but the soul and breath of a predator. For a year, it learned to interpret the lioness's signals, from a warning flick of the tail to a low growl when danger lurked. It did not fear the scent of the great cats. Rather, that was the scent of safety. While the lion cubs of the same age began to learn how to stalk and pounce, the zebra stood by, observing with a strange understanding. There were moments when instinct flared, and the young lions would accidentally look at the zebra with the piercing eyes of a hunter, but a single stern look from the mother re-established order. This growth also brought challenges of identity. To survive, the zebra needed green grass, while its adoptive family needed raw meat. There were times when the zebra had to venture out to find the best grazing patches at the edge of the territory, but never strayed too far from the lioness's sight. It became a lone wanderer between two worlds, not fully belonging to the migrating herds, yet unable to be a killer of the savanna. As for the lioness, the passing year showed the weight of age and the battles fought to protect her territory. She had grown older, and new scars appeared from confrontations with scavengers to protect her child of a different species. The bond between them had evolved from a one-sided protection of the strong for the weak into a silent, profound connection, a private language understood only by these two souls. One sweltering afternoon, the air on the savanna suddenly turned eerily still, signaling an impending crisis. Beneath the familiar acacia tree, the lioness lay resting after an exhausting hunt. Age and old wounds had robbed her of her former agility. At the same time, the young lions had wandered far to explore the territory, leaving their mother alone in the open space. This was the moment the opportunists had been waiting for. From the dense thickets, wild and hoarse laughter erupted. The hyena pack from a year ago had returned, but this time they came with a larger, more aggressive army. They had never forgotten the grudge of being robbed of their prey, and now, sensing the queen was at her weakest, they decided to strike back with interest. Dozens of hyenas began to circle, closing the distance to the acacia tree. The lioness struggled to her feet, emitting warning roars, but her depleted strength meant the sound lacked its former terror. The hyenas began to lunge, nipping at her legs and flanks, trying to bring the great predator down. Just as the situation became desperate, a thunderous sound echoed from the horizon. It was the rhythmic, powerful drumming of hooves that shook the cracked earth. The zebra, once the foster child, now a robust adult, was charging like an arrow. No longer a timid creature that only knew how to flee, it dove straight into the center of the hyena pack with sheer fury. It wasn't just running, it was going to war. With a skillful pivot, the zebra delivered a thunderous kick to the lead hyena, sending the enemy flying several meters. A zebra's kick is a lethal weapon on the savanna, powerful enough to shatter a leopard's skull or break a lion's ribs. Standing as a shield before the lioness, the zebra reared up, neighing a defiant challenge while using its heavy hooves to crush any attempt at an attack. The hyenas were utterly stunned. By the laws of nature, a zebra should be the one running away, but the creature before them was fighting like a devoted guardian. Seeing the zebra's resilience, the lioness seemed to find renewed strength, rising to stand side by side with her cross-species child. Faced with this fierce and unexpected resistance, the hyenas realized they could not defeat this strange alliance. Once again, the scavengers were forced to retreat in defeat. Amidst the dust of battle, the zebra stood firm, breath heavy, watching the enemies until they vanished. It turned, gently touching its nose to the lioness's head as if to say, "Once you saved me, now it is my turn to protect you." Under the acacia tree, a life debt had been repaid with absolute loyalty. As the sun began to turn a deep purple and burnt orange, bathing the lonely silhouette of the ancient acacia in light, a strange peace settled over the land. The battle was over, but its echoes would resonate forever in the minds of anyone lucky enough to witness it. The zebra no longer stood as a vulnerable ward, and the lioness was no longer just a solitary predator. They stood together, a testament to a truth. In the harshest of natural worlds, love and gratitude can rewrite even the most ancient biological laws. This story is more than a rare event in the animal kingdom. It is a lesson in the power of connection. We often view the world through the lens of opposition, the strong and the weak, the hunter and the prey, us and them. Yet, the lioness's act a year ago created a ripple of change she could never have predicted. By choosing to protect rather than consume, to empathize rather than follow instinct, she sowed a seed of trust in a place that seemed only to know cruelty. A year later, that seed blossomed into salvation. This reminds us that every act of kindness we give, however small or seemingly meaningless at the time, has the potential to create profound impacts in the future. Compassion is not a weakness. On the contrary, it is the highest form of strength. It has the power to turn enemies into allies and hostility into absolute loyalty. The image of the zebra standing firm under the acacia tree, protecting its species' natural enemy, is a gentle yet powerful reminder that we always have a choice in how we treat the world around us. As night fell, the lioness and the zebra gradually drifted apart to return to the rhythms of their respective lives, but the invisible thread between them would never break. They did not need to stay together forever, for that moment of redemption had fulfilled its mission. It leaves a message for us all. Have the courage to be kind, dare to step across the barriers of difference, for perhaps that very kindness will one day be the wings that lift you amidst the storms of life. The sun in the Serengeti doesn't just shine. It breathes a pulsing, harsh, and unforgiving heat upon all things. At 72, Samuel understood the rhythm of this land better than his own heartbeat. A former ranger who spent his life protecting private reserves in the heart of Tanzania, he chose to retire in a small wooden cabin on the edge of the Golden Plains. Most of his days passed in predictable silence, the distant cry of a hornbill, the shimmering of the air under the sweltering horizon. But today, the atmosphere felt strangely heavy. As Samuel stepped onto his porch to watch the midday sun dye the tall grass gold, he heard it. It wasn't the powerful roar of a predator, nor the rustle of fleeing prey. It was a fragile, desperate whimper. There, huddled in the meager shade of his porch steps, was a tiny lion cub. Its golden fur was matted with dust, its ribs protruded sharply beneath thin skin, and its breath came in ragged gasps. It was far too young to be alone. In the brutal hierarchy of the plains, this creature was nothing more than a ghost waiting to fade away. Samuel knew the laws of this land perfectly. Never interfere. Nature has its own logic, and the survival of the fittest is an unchangeable truth. But when the cub lifted its head, its clouded amber eyes locking onto Samuel's, the expert within him vanished, leaving only human instinct. He knew he shouldn't open the door, but he also knew he couldn't stand by and watch the light in those eyes extinguish under the searing African sun. The Serengeti heat can be as deadly as the northern cold. Samuel moved with seasoned slowness, retreating inside to fetch a shallow bowl of water and a soft cloth soaked in cool water. He didn't force the cub to move immediately. Instead, he placed the bowl a few feet away and sat on the wooden floor of the porch, maintaining a respectful distance. For hours, neither moved. The cub was a fragile statue of survival. Samuel, a silent guardian. Finally, driven by a primal thirst, the cub dragged itself toward the bowl. The soft, rhythmic sound of lapping water was the only noise amidst the vast silence of a late afternoon. Samuel named him Leo, not for a lack of imagination, but because he wanted to give him the respect due to a future king. He spent the next 48 hours in a delicate dance of trust. He didn't try to pet Leo or treat him like a household pet. Instead, he provided shade, water, and small scraps of meat from his supplies. Samuel spoke to Leo in a low, steady voice, like a lullaby, telling him stories of the prides he had tracked decades ago. The cub, who had initially been tense to flee, began to relax. By the evening of the second day, Leo was no longer just clinging to life. He had begun to rest. He curled up in the corner of the porch, his small chest heaving with deep breaths, perhaps his first peaceful sleep after days of solitude. Meanwhile, Samuel constantly scanned the horizon through his old binoculars. He knew a lioness would never easily abandon her cub. Something must have happened. Perhaps she was injured, or the pride was forced to move too quickly due to a threat. Samuel felt the weight of his decision. By sheltering this cub, he was binding himself to the wild in a way that was both beautiful and dangerous. He realized this wasn't just about saving a life. It was a moment of compassion in a world often indifferent to pain. Samuel remembered his late wife, who always said that the smallest acts of kindness are sometimes the ones that echo farthest in the universe. Sitting there under the African stars, he realized the line between man and beast had blurred, giving way to a sacred connection. He was no longer a lonely old man, and Leo was no longer an abandoned beast. They were two souls leaning on each other to survive the harshness of the wilderness. The change happened just as the sun began its final descent, staining the sky a haunting, bruised purple. The birds in the nearby acacia trees suddenly went silent. A deathly stillness blanketed the area. The air grew thick. Leo, who had been dozing by Samuel's armchair, suddenly bolted upright. His ears flattened against his head, but he didn't growl. He let out high-pitched chirps, a vibrating sound filled with recognition and joy. Samuel peered through the porch screen. Stepping out from the tall golden grass, like a powerful ghost, was a massive lioness. Her body bore the scars of survival. Her gait was slightly limping, and her golden eyes were locked onto the cabin. This was the raw power of Africa, made flesh and bone. Samuel felt a primal fear surge down his spine, a cold jolt of electricity unrelated to the temperature. He realized he was standing between a mother and her child. Slowly, with hands that shook only slightly, Samuel unlatched the screen door and retreated deep into the shadows of his living room. He left the path completely clear. The lioness approached the porch. She did not roar in threat. She stopped, sniffing the air, catching the scent of man, cool water, and most importantly, her cub. She looked through the screen, her glowing eyes meeting Samuel's in the dim light. In that gaze, there was no hatred, only an ancient, bone-deep intelligence. She nudged Leo gently, checking every inch of his body. Seeing he was fed and recovered, she licked the top of his head with a tongue as rough as sandpaper. For a moment, three beings, the old man, the queen of the plains, and the cub, existed in a bubble of absolute peace. The lioness gave a short huff towards Samuel. It wasn't a threat. It was an acknowledgement, a silent thank you from a wild heart. Then, as silently as they had appeared, they vanished into the deep night. Samuel stood in the dark for a long time, the silence of the house now carrying a completely different weight. He knew the Serengeti had reclaimed what belonged to it, but he also knew he had witnessed a miracle that no book could explain. Trust had been established between two worlds that were never supposed to touch. The Serengeti is a place where technology often fails, but nature never does. Tragedy struck on a sweltering Tuesday afternoon. Samuel was driving his old open-top Jeep across a dry riverbed, a shortcut he had taken thousands of times. But right in the middle of the deep, sinking sand, the engine sputtered, spat out a cloud of black smoke, and died with a final metallic screech. The silence that followed carried a sense of dread. Samuel tried turning the key again and again. Click, click, silence. The battery was drained, and the starter had finally succumbed to the thick African dust. Under normal circumstances, this was a minor setback, but as Samuel looked through the windshield, he saw a massive cloud of dust rising on the horizon. A breeding herd of elephants, nearly 40 of them, was moving directly toward the riverbed. They were thirsty, tired, and had no patience for obstacles. Sitting in a dead Jeep, Samuel was a sitting duck. A protective matriarch, seeing a strange object blocking the path, could easily flip the vehicle like a toy to protect her calves. Samuel sat low in his seat, heart hammering against his ribs. There was no radio signal in this gorge, and the temperature inside the stationary car was rising rapidly. The elephants drew closer, their low-frequency rumbles vibrating through Samuel's bones. Just as the lead elephant reached the bank of the riverbed, ears flared and trunk raised in a deadly warning. A streak of gold moved across the rocks above. It was a male lion, huge, scarred, and magnificent. He wasn't crouching to hunt. He stood tall, silhouetted against the burning sun. It was Leo. Samuel recognized the small notch in his ear and that steady, fearless amber gaze. Leo didn't attack the elephants. That would be suicide, but he did something extraordinary. He leaped down into the soft sand and stood directly between the lead elephant and Samuel's stalled jeep. Leo unleashed a roar, not a hunting cry, but a thunderous declaration of his presence. The sound was so powerful it brought the lead elephant to an immediate halt. The two leaders of the Serengeti locked eyes. For several long, breathless minutes, Leo stood like a golden statue of defiance, refusing to budge. He was protecting the hunk of metal and the man inside. Finally, sensing the risk of a confrontation wasn't worth it, the matriarch grumbled and signaled the herd to bypass the riverbed, moving downstream a few hundred meters away. Leo remained there until the last elephant had completely disappeared. Then, he turned his head toward the jeep. He didn't approach, but he stayed long enough for Samuel to whisper a shaky thank you. When the patrol finally appeared an hour later, they found the old man safe in his car. They saw the fresh lion tracks surrounding the vehicle, but the guardian had vanished into the golden grass. The debt from years ago had been repaid in full with the authority of a king. Returning to his cabin, still in a state of shock, Samuel sat on his porch as the sun began to set, gilding the vast fields. Local mechanics and former colleagues at the ranger station laughed when he told them about the engine failure. They called him the luckiest man alive for surviving a triple encounter between a broken car, an angry elephant herd, and a male lion. They speculated that the lion was likely just defending its territory by chance. Samuel only smiled and said nothing more. He knew the truth. The wild never forgets. We often think of nature as a system of survival of the fittest, a place where only strength and violence reign. But Samuel's experience showed something deeper, a capacity for gratitude that transcends all species barriers. This story isn't just about an old man and a lion. It's about the invisible threads that connect us all. In a world often filled with division and harshness, we are reminded that no act of compassion is ever wasted. When Samuel opened his porch door for that exhausted cub years ago, he wasn't looking for a reward. He was simply answering a cry for help with the purest of human instincts. And in return, the universe, through the claws of a great predator, answered him at the exact moment he was most vulnerable. As darkness slowly fell over the Serengeti, painting the sky with vibrant streaks like a lion's mane, Samuel looked out into the tall grass. He knew Leo was out there, living the life he deserved, wild, free, and proud. But he also knew that they shared a bond that no blade of grass or forest could hide. It is a reminder to us all that every person has the power to change a life, no matter how small or how wild that life may be. If this story has touched your heart, please hit the like button. It helps us share these messages of hope with more people. Have you ever had a moment where an animal seemed to understand you in a way humans couldn't? I would love to hear your stories in the comments below. I read all of them. Don't forget to subscribe to join our community of storytellers. Until next time, remember, be kind to the world, and the world will find a way to be kind back to you. Wishing you all safe journeys. Under the crystal-clear sky of the African Reserve, the midday sun draped the savanna in a layer of brilliant golden silk, highlighting the lush green carpets of grass stretching to the horizon. Yet behind the peaceful beauty of a land that had just received its first seasonal rains, a tragedy was silently unfolding. At the center of a mud pit tucked away between vibrant bushes, Keto, a rhinoceros calf with eyes filled with innocence and fear, was imprisoned in a cruel natural trap. The waterhole, once the herd's favorite bathing spot, had transformed into a thick, viscous mire, swallowing Keto's legs and relentlessly pulling him toward the depths. Keto was completely alone, having lost his mother during a moment of playful wandering. He now faced the greatest isolation of his life. Every desperate struggle only caused the blue-gray mud to suck tighter against his small body, draining his strength under the sun's heat. Behind the verdant leaves, fur lionesses with golden coats were quietly positioning themselves. The contrast between the life-filled green of the flora and the cold, predatory gaze of the hungry pride created a tension that was palpable. They did not rush to attack. Instead, they waited patiently for the mud to do the hardest part of their work. Just as the lead lioness rose, preparing for the finishing pounce, a powerful tremor ran along the ground, shaking the green foliage. A colossal dark shadow, towering like a mobile fortress, began to blot out the sunlight. It was Duma, the lone old bull elephant of this land. Duma did not come for water. He came because he had heard the heart-wrenching cry of a small soul. An unprecedented confrontation was about to begin amidst the lush greenery of the wilderness. To understand why a giant like Duma would decide to intervene in nature's inherently brutal cycle of survival, one must understand his past. Duma was no ordinary bull. He was an elder who had roamed the paths of this reserve for over 40 years. His massive frame, with skin as gray and rugged as ancient bark, bore countless scars, remnants of encounters with poachers, territorial battles, and prolonged droughts that seemed endless. In the world of elephants, solitary wanderers like Duma carry the memory of an entire land. He knew the taste of fear, and above all, he knew how merciless this mud trap could be. As Duma approached the edge of the pit, he didn't see a rival or a stranger. He saw a reflection of himself from decades ago, a weak calf who had also been stuck in the mire and only survived thanks to the timely rescue of his herd. His gaze rested on Keto. The little rhino was exhausted, his breathing ragged, the blue-gray mud rising to his hips, gripping him like a boneless monster. The silence of the savannah was broken only by the weak, high-pitched peeps from Keto's throat, a sound enough to soften any heart. However, nature holds not only sympathy, but also hunger. The four lionesses had no intention of retreating. For them, this was a golden opportunity in the hunting season. A trapped rhino calf was a high-energy meal for the whole pride requiring no effort. They began to deploy a sophisticated siege. The lead lioness, a seasoned predator with a long scar on her nose, led the others in a semicircle around the pit. They used the lush green grass for camouflage, revealing only their glowing, lethal yellow eyes. They knew Duma was a threat, but they also knew elephants are generally peaceful unless directly provoked. They gambled that the giant would simply drink and move on. Duma stood there, towering on the threshold of life and death. The sun's heat scorched his back, but he did not step down to drink. Instead, Duma performed an act that stunned the lions. He lowered his trunk, gently touching the top of Keto's head in a silent reassurance. This was a resolution rarely witnessed on the savannah, the intervention of one species into the destiny of another. The lions began to growl, their tails lashing the air in warning. The confrontation was no longer just about muscle. It was a battle between great compassion and the instinct for survival. The air grew thick with tension as the giant began to step into the mud, taking the greatest risk of his life to save a creature not of his own kind. Stepping into the mud pit was not just a brave gesture for Duma, it was a sacrifice. With his multi-ton weight, every step the old elephant took could cause him to sink and be trapped forever in the earth's belly. The mire was not water. It was a thick liquid that created a massive vacuum seal around Keto's four short legs. Duma knelt his front legs, an extremely vulnerable position for an elephant, to reach his trunk lower. Duma's trunk, a marvel of nature with over 40,000 muscle bundles, began to wrap firmly around Kido's midsection. He didn't pull violently at first, knowing that brute force could snap the young rhino's ribs. Duma began to exert gentle rhythmic tugs, trying to create a gap between Kido's skin and the dripping mud. In that moment, a magical connection emerged. The giant emitted low rumbles, a frequency capable of soothing nerves, helping Kido stop his panicked, futile struggling. But the lions would not stand by as their lunch was taken away. Seeing Duma in a disadvantaged, kneeling position, their reckless predatory instincts surged. The lead lioness let out a short roar, signaling the attack. Unlike a typical hunt, they attacked to drive it away. Two lionesses leaped through the green grass, pouncing onto Duma's broad shoulders. Claws as sharp as razors dug into the thick hide, tearing flesh until red blood began to seep out, wetting the mud on the elephant's back. Another lunged at his front, attempting to bite the base of Duma's trunk, the only Achilles heel that could force an elephant to let go. The excruciating pain caused Duma to let out a thunderous roar that shook the nearby trees. But instead of releasing Kido to defend himself, the giant tightened his grip. Duma used his head to violently buck the lioness off his shoulder and used his back legs to kick, sending sprays of mud into the enemy's faces. The scene turned chaotic and tragic. On one side, a pride of beasts driven mad by hunger. On the other, a lone giant using his body as a shield, enduring 100 gashes just to hold onto a tiny life. The blue mud was now stained red with blood. Duma was losing strength. The suction of the mud was so great, he had to use his entire body weight as a lever. Every time Duma pulled, the lions lashed out at his open wounds. There were moments when the old elephant's eyes clouded with pain, looking as if he might collapse. Kido, caught between the circle of claws and the protection of the trunk, could only utter weak cries. The rescue had become a grueling war of attrition under the bright daylight. Just as Duma's hope began to fade, a new variable appeared on the horizon. At the very moment Duma's endurance reached its limit, as a lioness clung to his ear preparing for a fatal bite, another sound erupted, drowning out the roars of the predators. It was a long, piercing, and enraged scream coming from the dense green thickets. From the bushes, a massive block of muscle charged out with the speed of a locomotive. Kido's mother had returned. After many hours of frantic searching, a mother's instinct had led her back to this waterhole. Witnessing her only child dying in the mud and the old elephant's savior being torn apart by lions, the mother rhino did not hesitate. She needed no complex strategy. She was a storm of steel. With her sharp horn pointed forward, she slammed into the lioness about to attack Duma's eyes, tossing her meters away into the green grass. This sudden appearance sent the pride into total panic. They were used to facing fearful prey, not a mother maddened by maternal love. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The mother rhino began a powerful sweep. She moved continuously around Duma's position, using her weight and fearsome horn to drive the lions back, creating a solid defensive perimeter. Thanks to this timely intervention, Duma gained a few precious seconds to focus his remaining strength into his trunk. The wounds on his back were still bleeding, but the mother rhino's presence acted like a spiritual stimulant, fueling the giant. Duma let out one final earth-shattering blow, shifting his weight to his hind legs for leverage on firmer ground. He strained until the muscles beneath his thick skin rippled. A dry pop echoed through the silence. The suction of the mud was finally broken. Kido, who had been buried halfway, was lifted clear of the ground by Duma like a miracle. As the rhino calf escaped the grip of the deathly mud, mire splashed onto the surrounding green leaves, marking a resounding victory over fate. Duma gently placed Kido on solid ground, where the lions now only dared to watch from a distance with regretful growls. They realized that against the alliance of two of the savanna's strongest creatures, Any hunt was futile. The mother rhino rushed to her calf, nuzzling Keto's mud-covered body, her heavy breathing shifting from rage to boundless relief. Duma stood there, breathing heavily, his claw wounds still raw and red, but his eyes sparkled with a silent pride. Under the brilliant sun and upon the green grass, a sacred connection was forged, a testament that when giants join hands, even death must retreat. As the dust of the battle settled, the atmosphere of the reserve fell into a dignified silence. Under the sun, which was beginning to turn a golden orange in the late afternoon, Keto stood tremblingly on his 4 weak legs, his body covered in a layer of blue mud that was drying into a strange protective armor. The mother rhino gently nudged his hip with her massive head, both to reassure him and to urge him to see if his strength had truly returned. In that moving moment, a scene took place that would make any observer hold their breath. The mother rhino, a creature known for being temperamental and wary, slowly stepped toward the old elephant, Duma. There was no hostility, no threatening stomps. She stood there, facing the giant who had saved her child's life, her deep black eyes looking straight into the aged eyes of Duma. A gentle touch between the elephant's trunk and the rhino's snout took place. A wordless ritual, an acknowledgement of profound gratitude that transcended the boundaries of species. Duma, despite his bleeding scars and exhaustion, only gave a slight nod, emitting a low rumble from deep within his chest, as if to say, "Everything is okay now." The story of this rescue is not just a slice of survival. It is a profound lesson in connection. In a world governed by the laws of tooth and claw and fierce competition, the actions of Duma and the synergy of the mother rhino proved another truth. Compassion has no limits, and true strength lies in how we protect the vulnerable. Duma could have chosen a watch, the lions could have had a feast, and the laws of nature would have simply continued. But on that day, the law of the jungle had to make way for the law of the heart. As darkness began to creep through the lush green trees, Duma quietly turned and walked slowly toward the horizon. He returned to the solitary journey of an elder, carrying new scars like badges of courage. The mother rhino and Keto also faded into the pale mist, heading back toward their herd. The savanna returned to its usual rhythm, but the green grass here bore the mark of a miracle of creaturely love. Each of us in this life is sometimes like Keto, trapped in the mud pits of adversity and surrounded by difficulties. And sometimes we need a hero like Duma, someone willing to reach out, willing to endure pain to pull us up without needing repayment. This story is a gentle reminder. Kindness is a language that even the wildest animals can understand. When we choose to help, we're not just saving a life. We are igniting faith in the enduring bond between all living things on this blue planet. If this story of unexpected friendship and courage has touched your heart, please share it as a message of hope. Don't forget to hit the like button to honor the spirit of the silent heroes of the savannah, and subscribe to our channel to join us in exploring more miraculous journeys of nature. What do you think about the actions of the old elephant Duma? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. We look forward to seeing you in the next stories, where life and love always find a way to bloom. Under the brilliant noon sun at a prestigious nature reserve in South Africa, the savanna appeared with a beauty full of vitality. Following the early season rains, the land seemed to have donned a new garment, wearing a lush green carpet of grass that stretched to the horizon. However, behind that tranquility lay a brutal truth. The sun still ruled over all. Amidst the sea of green grass swaying in the wind, Maya, a solitary lioness, was moving with heavy steps. She was in the final weeks of her pregnancy. Her swollen belly contained the future of the pride, making every movement, once fluid and agile, now slow and exhausting. Normally, a lioness is the embodiment of a ghost, appearing and disappearing, blending perfectly into the landscape. But today, against the backdrop of lush green grass, Maya's heavy silhouette stood out far too clearly. Thirst and maternal instinct had lured her away from the safety of the pride's rocky outcrops to find water, and the sweltering heat was beginning to drain her final reserves of strength. Every breath was a struggle. Every step on the soft grass was a calculated risk. As Maya stopped to rest under the thin shade of an acacia canopy, the silence of the plains began to change in a terrifying way. It wasn't the sound of wind rustling through leaves. It was the padded footsteps of dozens of hidden killers. From the thick haze of heat rising from the grassland, the spotted figures of a hyena clan began to emerge. They were in no rush to charge. They drifted like ghosts, lazily tightening a circle that Maya was now too exhausted to break. This was the moment the queen of the savannah realized she was no longer the hunter, but the hunted, and her only hope lay in a miracle she could not yet imagine. The circle began to close with chilling precision. There were 12 hyenas in total, a formidable hunting pack led by an alpha female covered in jagged scars from bloody battles. This matriarch was in no hurry. She had enough experience to understand how heavy and quickly exhausted a pregnant lioness would become under this harsh sun. In the brilliant daylight, the danger did not diminish, but became more real and terrifying than ever. Amidst the lush green carpet, there was no burrow or thicket secluded enough for Maya to hide. Maya stood firm on all fours, her golden eyes burning with a warning glare. A low, deep growl vibrated in her chest, spreading into the dry air like a declaration of authority, despite her hind legs trembling with fatigue. The hyenas were patient. They were masters of the torture game. They did not launch a direct frontal attack immediately, but began using harassment tactics. A few would lunge forward, nipping quickly at Maya's heels or flanks, then retreating instantly before her sharp claws could reach them. For anyone witnessing this scene, it was a study in silent despair. We see Maya's eyes, no longer containing the proud fire of an apex predator, but the ultimate anxiety of a mother. She was no longer fighting for her own life. She was protecting the tiny beings who had not yet seen the sun. The hyenas sensed the shift in their opponent's energy. They became bolder, their shrill, cackling laughter echoing across the valley, a sound that usually signaled the end of a life. Maya attempted a deterrent pounce, but the effort left her gasping for breath, her head drooping with dizziness. The midday heat was like a second predator, silently draining her last drops of strength. The alpha hyena seized the opportunity, lunging to graze Maya's shoulder, leaving a long scratch, the first sign of collapse. It felt as if a heroic chapter of life was about to close, a tragic end for an icon of power. The dust kicked up by the circling hyenas began to shroud the scene in a pale yellow mist, like a makeshift grave slowly forming in the middle of the green field. Maya tried to turn, but the weight of the cubs in her womb dragged every movement into slow, painful arcs. Sweat and moisture rose from her back under the fierce sun, each breath becoming heavier as exhaustion began its cruel work. The hyenas tightened the circle further, the distance between them and Maya narrowing inch by inch. Their confidence surged as they saw the queen begin to stagger. At this moment, it seemed Maya's fate was sealed, and only a true miracle could help her escape the clutches of these blood-hungry opportunists. Just as the alpha hyena prepared to launch the final coordinated attack, Maya did something no one expected. She did not roar to threaten or drive them away in the usual manner. Instead, she emitted a low, prolonged, and mournful cry, a sound that vibrated from deep within her chest, traveling through the ground and permeating every blade of green grass. It was not the roar of a victor, but a summons, a desperate plea for help that transcended the pride's usual territorial boundaries. For a long, agonizing minute, the only answer seemed to be the mocking laughter of the hyenas. They became increasingly frenzied at Maya's obvious vulnerability. However, just as the alpha hyena was about to lunge for her throat, the ground suddenly began to vibrate slightly. A distant tremor, steady and powerful, signaled that something was coming. From behind a distant rocky ridge, two other lioness silhouettes appeared. They were not young, impulsive, or inexperienced hunters, but the elders of the pride, sisters and aunts who had endured hundreds of battles and raised countless litters of cubs to adulthood. They did not charge blindly or in anger. They moved with magnificent synchronization, a rapport gained only after years of hunting and surviving together. They executed a pincer maneuver, surrounding the hyena pack in the same way these scavengers usually did to their prey. The hyenas froze, their heads snapping toward the newcomers in shock. The momentum of the savanna shifted in an eye blink. The elder lionesses didn't need to roar excessively. Their mere presence was enough to change the atmosphere from an execution to an even confrontation. They reached Maya's side just as she collapsed from exhaustion. One elder lioness stood directly in front of Maya, using her massive body as a living shield, while the other turned to face the hyenas with a gaze so cold it seemed to drop the sweltering midday heat. This was a powerful display of sisterhood, of the female bond in the natural world. It reminds us that in the wild, no one is truly alone if they belong to a community. This protection was not based on personal gain, but on the instinct to preserve the lineage and the deep love between members of the same blood. The hyenas, despite their aggression, began to feel uneasy. They understood that to reach Maya, they would now have to step over the bodies of the two most seasoned warriors in the land. Maya, under the protection of her sisters, began to stabilize her breathing. She looked at her teammates with eyes full of trust. Though the hyena circle had not yet broken, the arrival of reinforcements had lit a brilliant spark of hope amidst the lush green grass. The battle was no longer a solitary struggle. It was a hymn to solidarity and courage in the face of adversity. The standoff continued with extreme tension. Despite the help of the two elder lionesses, the hyena pack remained incredibly stubborn. Their overwhelming numbers made them believe they still had a chance. They began to regroup, splitting into small groups to search for gaps in the defense. When one lioness lunged to drive away the group in front, the group behind immediately pushed forward, trying to find a way to reach Maya, who was lying panting in the green grass. This tug of war could last for hours, and time was the greatest enemy of a pregnant lion under the scorching heat. Right then, a miraculous event, a turning point that no one could have predicted, occurred. An earth-shattering roar echoed from the horizon, a sound that was not a cry for help, but a verbal earthquake. From the distance, a massive male lion stepped out from the heat haze. This was a nomadic male, an uncrowned king with a majestic dark mane and long scars on his face, evidence of dozens of fierce territorial battles. The strange thing was that this male lion did not belong to Maya's pride. According to the laws of nature, a strange male could be a threat to the lionesses or their future cubs. Yet, in this extraordinary moment, as the high sun shone upon his great form, all rules seemed suspended. His gaze was not directed at the lionesses with aggression. Instead, his entire fury was reserved for the hyenas. His appearance completely overturned the hyenas' confidence. They scattered like dry leaves before a great storm. The mocking laughter and provocative actions vanished instantly as the true lord of the savanna revealed himself. The male lion did not need to attack. He only needed to walk slowly and with absolute authority across the green grass, his fiery eyes scanning each trembling hyena. Each of his footsteps seemed to nail into the earth, affirming that the game of the opportunists was over. But the true beauty of this moment lay in what happened next. The male lion did not approach to compete or threaten. After dispersing the hyena circle, he stopped at a respectful distance, standing tall like a golden sentry under the sun, quietly observing. He established an invisible but inviolable boundary. Under this respectful protection, the two elder lionesses began to move closer, gently licking and nuzzling Maya's shoulder, encouraging her to stand up. This is a rare and inspiring phenomenon of the wild, a silent treaty, where respect for life and the next generation transcends all harsh laws of survival competition. Amidst the vast savanna, a strange circle of protection had been formed by individuals who were strangers, together guarding a life about to be born. As the sun began its slow journey toward the horizon, staining the African sky with vibrant shades of deep purple and burnt orange, Maya finally stood firm on her feet. She was no longer alone amidst a circle of enemies. Surrounding her now were her loyal sisters, who had not hesitated to face danger to answer her call. And in the distance, the silhouette of the giant male lion remained etched against the sunset sky like a monument, ensuring that the hyena pack would never dare to return. Together they walked, a parade of survivors, slowly heading toward the safe rocky koppies as darkness began to fall over the green grass. This story is not merely a spectacular escape from the clutches of an enemy. It is an epic of the invisible but unbreakable bonds that connect us all. It reminds us that even in our darkest hours, or our most brilliant but exhausting days, there's a power in this world that will move toward us when we call out. It is the power of community, the instinct to protect life, and the quiet miracles that happen when we refuse to surrender to fate. Maya's vulnerability was not a weakness. It was the very place where connection began. Without that moment of despair, she might never have known the devotion of her pride or the strange grace of a stranger. A few weeks later, the reserve rangers saw Maya once again. But this time, she was not alone. Following the proud footsteps of the young mother were 3 tiny lion cubs with spotted coats, clumsily tumbling on the green grass. They were living proof of the day the entire savanna seemed to hold its breath to protect a life of its own. All of us have times when we feel surrounded by the hyenas of life, be it work pressure, loneliness, or sheer exhaustion. But remember, Maya. Remember that help often comes from the most unexpected places if we have the courage to stand firm just a little longer. Life always finds a way, and love always has a way of creating miracles in everyday life. If the story of Maya and this miraculous rescue touched your heart, please hit the like button and share it with someone who needs to be reminded that they are not alone. Subscribe to our channel to continue the journey of exploring the hidden corners of the wild, where we find deeply human stories in the most unexpected places. Has a miracle ever happened in your life? Please share with us in the comments below. We cherish and read every one of your stories. Until next time, keep the faith and never stop looking for the light at the end of the road. The brilliant midday sun of Tsavo, Kenya, bathed a lush green carpet of grass, fresh and vibrant after the early season rains. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, a place where life was springing forth with its greatest vigor. In that peaceful space, Amanda's patrol vehicle rolled slowly, the tires gliding softly over grass as smooth as velvet. Amanda, a ranger with keen eyes and the calm demeanor of someone who had spent her youth learning the heartbeat of this land, was enjoying the rich beauty of the reserve. She was more than just a law enforcer. She was a protector of wild souls. However, that peace was abruptly shattered, not by a majestic roar, but by the lonely, sobbing plea for help from a lion cub. Amanda stopped the car, her intuition signaling that something was wrong. Ahead, near a mud pit left over from the rain, a small cub was running in circles, its tiny paws scrambling in utter panic. When Amanda raised her binoculars, her breath caught in her chest. Amidst that lush green land lay a cruel trap of nature. A thick, black pit of sludge was swallowing a great lioness. Only her head and thin neck remained above the mud, looking tragically out of place against the poetic landscape. Her amber eyes had lost their usual majesty, replaced by exhaustion and a haunting gaze fixed upon her young cub. She was no longer struggling for herself. She was using her last ounce of strength to keep breathing, simply to be with her child for a few moments longer. Amanda whispered softly into her lens, her voice trembling with emotion. This is not merely a rescue. This is a testament to an extraordinary maternal bond. A mother fighting death so as not to abandon her child in the green wild. Amanda stepped out of the vehicle, feeling the midday sun begin to burn her shoulders. Beneath her feet was a lush carpet of grass, but just a few steps away, the ground turned into a lethal liquid mass. She approached the edge of the mud pit with extreme caution. Through years of experience, Amanda understood that the mud in Savo was not just wet earth. It was a viscous fluid with a terrifying suction. Every time the lioness tried to tilt her nose up to breathe, the vacuum pressure from below pulled her heavy body deeper down. The sight before her was heartbreaking. The lion cub, the heart of the entire ordeal, was a tiny, exhausted creature. Its fur was matted with dried mud, and its eyes were filled with supplication. It ran to the very edge of the pit, stretching out a tiny paw as if to reach for its mother, only to retreat in fear as the mud gave way. The lioness responded with a low, guttural growl, not a threat, but an instinctive warning to her young. Don't come near, it's dangerous. Even with death at her throat, her protective instinct remained stronger than her personal fear. Amanda picked up her radio to call the support team for cables and wooden planks, but she knew time was not on her side. In the natural world, survival is often brutal, and humans are usually advised not to intervene. Yet, looking into those eyes, the eyes of a mother clinging to her last breath for her child, Amanda could not just stand by. She knew that passion alone wasn't enough. She needed a precise plan to defeat the grip of the earth. The hardest decision was the use of anesthesia. Amanda took out the tranquilizer gun, her hand gripping the stock firmly while her gaze remained resolute. This was a high-risk decision. If the drug was too strong, the lioness's head might drop, and she would suffocate in the mud before she could be pulled out. But without sedation, the panic of a 400-pound predator would make a rescue impossible, and she might accidentally injure those trying to save her. Trust me, Amanda prayed silently. She adjusted the scope, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. A soft pop rang out, and a sedative dart hit the lioness's exposed shoulder with precision. Amanda acted immediately, laying down large wooden planks with her team to create a path over the mire. While waiting for the drug to take effect,
just relax.
she constantly monitored the animal's breathing and tossed large clumps of grass under its chin to create a temporary pillow, ensuring its nose stayed above the mud as its muscles began to relax. As the lioness's amber eyes slowly closed, the air grew thick with suspense. Amanda looked toward the cub huddling behind the acacia tree, its eyes never leaving its mother. A silent promise was made, at all costs, that mother would wake up on dry ground. Now, the true physical battle against the 1,000-pound weight of the sludge began. Once the anesthesia had completely subdued the lioness's powerful muscles, an eerie silence fell over the area. Amanda didn't waste a single second. She began to crawl toward the center of the mud pit on narrow wooden planks, every movement calculated to maintain a fragile balance. Beneath her, the black mud bubbled, making hollow glug sounds as if it were angry at being robbed of its prey. The pungent smell of sulfur and the heat rising from the earth made the air suffocating. Upon reaching the lioness, Amanda faced a harsh reality. The mud had seeped into every crevice of the fur, creating a bond so sticky that movement was impossible. She had to use her bare hands, reaching deep into the murky, thick sludge to find the right spots to thread the cables. The sensation of the cold mud sucking at her arms made her shiver, but her gaze remained steady. She skillfully looped heavy-duty nylon straps under the animal's chest and front legs. It was grueling work. Every time she tried to lift a part of the heavy body to slide a strap through, the mud fought back with equal suction. "Keep her head up," Amanda shouted to her teammates. Another ranger used a long hook pole to keep the lioness's nose pointed skyward, preventing her from inhaling mud while unconscious. Meanwhile, the cub had crept a little closer. It was no longer running erratically, but stood still like a silent judge, its large round eyes holding a strange understanding. It looked at Amanda, then at its mother, as if praying for a miracle. After nearly 30 minutes of struggling, the straps were finally secured. Amanda signaled the 4x4 vehicle on the grassy bank to begin pulling. The engine roared, and the cables stretched taut like harp strings, emitting dry, creaking groans. Initially, the lioness didn't budge. The suction of the mire was immense, as if it wanted to hold on to this king until the very end. Amanda stood right beside her, using a long shovel to clear channels around the animal's body to break the vacuum seal. Suddenly, a loud thwack rang out, the sound of freedom. The final layer of mud surrendered, releasing the lioness. Her massive body began to slide across the surface, slowly being towed toward the green grass. Amanda used all her strength to guide the animal, ensuring she didn't collide with nearby acacia trunks. When the lioness's 4 paws finally touched solid ground, a collective sigh of relief erupted from the rescue team. Looking at the lioness lying motionless on the grass, her body covered in a coat of black mud like a ruined sculpture, Amanda felt her heart pounding. The creature looked small and fragile on the vast earth, a stark contrast to her usual majesty. Amanda immediately grabbed water buckets and a high-pressure hose from the rescue vehicle, beginning the task of washing away the cruel traces of the pit. Under the cool water, the lion's signature golden fur gradually reappeared, a symbol of returning life and dignity. However, the lioness had not yet woken up, and the true test of recovery was only beginning. After escaping the clutches of the mud, the lioness was laid on her side on a large tarp under the shade of an ancient acacia tree. The race against time had shifted. It was no longer about muscle, but patience and medicine. Amanda knelt beside the animal, her hands trembling slightly from exhaustion, but her actions were decisive. She began checking vital signs. The heart rate was still slow due to the anesthesia and exhaustion, but the breathing had become steadier, moving the massive chest in a rhythmic pulse. Amanda used damp cloths to wipe the remaining mud from the lioness's eyes and ears. She knew that if the mud dried, it could cause a serious infection. Next, she carefully inserted a 4 needle into a vein in the hind leg. Fluids filled with vitamins and electrolytes began to flow into her body, like lifeblood seeping in to wake up cells worn out from the struggle. Amanda explained to her teammates in a low, empathetic voice. She fought not to sink. Now we must help her find the strength to stand up. Throughout the process, the lion cub remained an inseparable presence. It was less fearful now and had moved closer, only a few meters from its mother. It crouched on the green grass, its small ears perked up, listening to every movement of the rangers. At one point, the cub took a small step forward, craning its neck to catch its mother's scent before looking directly into Amanda's eyes. There was no hostility in that gaze, only a pure plea. Amanda smiled, a rare smile after hours of tension. She kept a safe distance, but gave the little one a reassuring look, creating a strange spiritual connection between 2 different species. As time passed, the midday sun began to soften, giving way to gentle breezes carrying the scent of young grass. Amanda did not take her eyes off the lioness for a single second. She prepared a dose of the reversal agent to help her wake up faster once her vitals were stable. She understood that in the wild, a lion lying motionless for too long was an invitation to opportunistic predators like hyenas. As Amanda injected the waking agent, the air once again became so still she could hear her own heart beating. She signaled for everyone to retreat toward the patrol car, leaving a private space for the mother and child. From a distance, Amanda observed the lioness's toes begin to twitch, a sign that the nervous system was awakening. Her tail flicked slightly against the grass. "Come on, girl," Amanda whispered. Hope now was not just for the life of an individual, but a belief in the kindness that humans can offer nature. She knew that if this mother couldn't stand up, that cub would have no chance of surviving this harsh world. Then, after a long, deep breath, the lioness began to move her head. She hadn't opened her eyes yet, but maternal instinct led her to emit a soft puff, a familiar call to her young. That call echoed across the green savanna, an affirmation that death had been forced to retreat. The afternoon sun began to turn a deep amber, staining the lush green plains of Savo. In the silence of twilight, the lioness slowly opened her eyes. Initially, her gaze was dazed, as if she couldn't believe she had escaped the darkness of the deep mud pit. She tried to lift her heavy head, her ears swiveling to locate the sounds around her. Amanda stood at a distance, holding her breath while watching through binoculars. She knew this was the most critical moment, the second the soul of the monarch returned to its body. After a few unsuccessful attempts, the lioness pushed her front legs into the solid earth. A low, guttural roar rumbled from her chest, not a hunting roar, but a call filled with longing. Immediately, from the nearby brush, the cub lunged out like an arrow. No longer timid or afraid, the little one ran straight to its mother, nuzzling its head in her neck and chest. The lioness licked her cub with rough strokes that carried boundless love. She licked away the remaining dry mud from the cub's fur, as if to wash away the terror of the afternoon. Amanda felt a warm surge of electricity run down her spine as she witnessed the scene. In that moment, all barriers between human and beast seemed to vanish. Only one truth remained. The bond between mother and child is the universal language of every living being on this earth. The lioness rose unsteadily to all fours, shaking herself to shed the last dust of her battle with death. Before walking away, she paused for a beat, her amber eyes looking toward Amanda's vehicle. It wasn't the look of an enemy, but a silent, majestic acknowledgement, a magical moment of connection between the savior and the saved. Then, the two of them wandered off, their silhouettes stretched long across the green grass, gradually fading into the shadows of the acacia groves as night fell. Amanda leaned back against her car seat, taking a deep breath of the fresh wilderness air. She thought about her 10 years as a ranger, the scars on her hands, and the scars in her heart from witnessing the harshness of nature. But today, she had found the answer to all her sacrifices. Sometimes, Amanda whispered into the silence of the cabin, the solution doesn't lie in grand gestures, but in our choice not to turn away. This rescue wasn't just about pulling an animal out of the mud. It was about restoring the faith that humans can be a harmonious and compassionate part of this world. She knew that tomorrow, the lioness would face hunts and other dangers of the wild again, but at least tonight, the mother and child would sleep peacefully together under the African stars. Amanda started the engine, slowly leaving the scene as the first stars began to twinkle above. She smiled, a strange sense of peace spreading through her mind. She would tell the story of the lioness and her cub, not to boast of a feat, but to remind anyone listening that even when the world seems to pull us down into the mire of despair, somewhere there's always a hand or a heart ready to reach out and pull us back toward the light. Life is fragile, but compassion makes it immortal. The Serengeti savanna, following the early season rains, emerged like a vibrant oil painting. A lush, cool green stretched to the horizon, where waist-high grass swayed in the wind like waves of a vast ocean. In that space, the scent of damp earth mingled with the heady fragrance of wildflowers, creating an extraordinarily pure atmosphere. However, for Rex, the seasoned German shepherd of the ranger station, this silence harbored something unusual. Rex lay on the station porch, his pointed ears suddenly bolting upright. Amidst the thousands of fresh scents of the prairie, his keen sense of smell caught a stray signal. The smell of decay, a faint but haunting scent of death, rising from the distant acacia thickets. Moments later, Rex shivered slightly as he sensed weak acoustic waves, the heartbreaking, raspy cry of a helpless young creature falling into despair. In the anti-poaching K-9 training manuals, there was never a clause teaching Rex what to do when hearing the cry of a wild animal in the middle of a sunny day. Yet, a primal instinct stronger than any discipline surged within him. Without an order, without even a nod from his owner, Rex stood up quietly. He left the porch, stepping firmly through the green grass, embarking on a self-imposed, mysterious mission, leaving behind the artificial peace of the ranger station. Inside the station, Zara was enjoying a rare moment of morning leisure. The kettle whistled cheerfully on the stove, and the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the small room. For a ranger, this was time to organize her thoughts before starting a busy patrol. Zara walked to the window, looking out over the emerald savanna, wondering about Rex's strange absence since dawn. But the morning stillness was quickly shattered by a strange sound, the frantic, anxious scratching of claws against the wooden front door. Zara set her coffee down, a sense of unease rising. She turned the knob, prepared to scold Rex for leaving his post without permission. However, as the door creaked open, her breath seemed to freeze in her chest. There on the porch floor sat Rex, majestic yet pleading. And right by his paws was a lion cub, its grayish fuzz matted with green seeds and mud. As a conservationist, Zara's heart skipped a beat. Her blood surged with a mix of shock and fear. In the wild, the appearance of a lion cub near human habitation usually meant a fierce mother lion was lurking nearby. Her hand trembled as it reached for her belt, where her tranquilizer gun and radio were kept, but the movement stopped abruptly when she met Rex's eyes. Those eyes didn't hold a single spark of aggression or the typical alertness of a service dog facing an enemy. Instead, Zara saw a strange calmness, a gaze containing an empathy so deep it made her shiver. Then, in a moment frozen in time, Rex slowly lifted his front paw and gently placed it on the lion cub's head. It wasn't the act of a predator subduing prey. It was a comforting caress, a big brother's vow of protection. Zara stood transfixed, a bolt of absolute trust running down her spine. In that instant, all species barriers and strict safety protocols seemed to vanish. She no longer saw a domestic dog and a wild beast, but two souls leaning on each other for help. Her initial shock gave way to a surge of emotion. She understood that Rex had risked his instincts and his training to bring home a hope, a flickering life in need of human hands. Zara lowered her hand,
It's okay,
moved it
Rex.
away from her holster, and whispered to her loyal
You're
friend,
such a good boy.
"All right, Rex, I understand. We're going to help him." That moment, the image of an improbable friendship between a shepherd dog and the king of the savannah was etched into Zara's mind, becoming the most vivid testament to the sacred connection between hearts that vibrate at the pain of another. As Zara stepped off the porch, the lion cub, whom she had temporarily named Leo, seemed to shed some of his initial shyness. Instead of curling up at Rex's feet, he began to exhibit strange behavior. Leo bolted down the wooden stairs, rushed toward the trail leading into the green valley, and then stopped abruptly. He turned his head to look at Zara, emitting raspy sounds, a mix of primal growls and desperate sobs. His small tail lashed the air continuously, his amber eyes flashing with an urgency that seemed to say, "Please, follow me. There's no time left." Rex also stood up, his black and tan coat rippling as he shook off the morning dew. The dog didn't bark loudly to sound an alarm as usual. Instead, he looked at Zara expectantly and gave a short, low bark, a definitive signal of agreement. Zara knew this was no stroll. She grabbed her radio, the emergency medical kit filled with basic supplies and cardiac stimulants, and jumped into the dust-covered Jeep. "All right, you two, lead the way," Zara shouted over the roar of the engine. The journey began. On the lush green grass, the lion cub led the way with extraordinary strength for his small frame. Leo wove through the scrub, his short legs gripping the damp soil. Rex ran parallel, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings to ensure the safety of their new friend. Zara's Jeep followed behind, tires crunching over the grass, leaving two long tracks like a promise of incoming aid. Throughout the drive, Zara never took her eyes off Leo. She noticed a sense of urgency rarely seen in a species known as the proudest on the savannah. Every short distance, Leo would turn his head to ensure Zara's car was still following. His small roars were swallowed by the vastness of the Serengeti, but to Zara, they rang out like an emergency siren. She wondered, what had driven this tiny creature to abandon the safety of his pride to seek help from those he should normally avoid? The savannah was hauntingly beautiful today, but beneath that brilliant sun, Zara felt a race against time. She pressed the accelerator harder, red dust mingling with the scent of fresh grass behind the vehicle. Rex stood majestically in the passenger's seat, ears pricked forward, his keen sense of smell working again, leading the group deeper into the core of the reserve, where a painful secret waited to be revealed under the shade of an ancient acacia tree. The strange friendship between a dog and a lion cub had now become the most unique rescue team the savannah had ever witnessed. The Jeep stopped abruptly before a hollow where the grass grew tallest and greenest. So green it seemed to have absorbed the very essence of the recent rains. Right in the middle of that vibrant life, a heartbreaking scene appeared that made Zara's heart tighten. Under the sparse leaves of an ancient acacia tree, a large lioness lay motionless. Leo the cub rushed to his mother's side, nuzzling his tiny head against her neck and letting out soul-piercing whimpers. Rex also approached, but he stopped at a respectful and alert distance, his sad eyes looking at Zara as if to say, "My mission ends here. Now it's your turn." Zara climbed out of the car, carrying the medical kit. The contrast between the lush green grass and the lioness's emaciated body created a haunting image. The creature that was once the ruler of this land was now just a skeleton draped in skin, her breath ragged and wheezing like dry leaves rubbing together. Zara donned her medical gloves and knelt beside the dying giant. She noticed white discharge from the nose and mouth, along with a labored, heaving chest. With years of experience, Zara immediately recognized the silent killer, bovine tuberculosis. This is a nightmare for African wildlife. Perhaps in a bout of hunger after the rains, the mother lion had hunted an antelope or buffalo infected by human livestock that had strayed into the core area. The TB bacteria had silently eaten away at her lungs and lymph nodes, turning a great warrior into a frail, being unable to stand on her own feet. Looking at the partially decayed carcass of an antelope lying not far away, Zara understood that the mother had tried to hunt until her last breath to feed her cub, but that very meal had been poisoned. If Rex hadn't caught the scent of death from afar, if Leo hadn't been brave enough to find the station, then within hours, the mother's heart would have stopped, and Leo would not have survived the night against prowling hyenas. Zara hurried to open the kit, taking out a stethoscope to check the heartbeat while preparing an emergency stimulant. She felt the heat radiating from the lioness's body, a fierce fever burning her from the inside. Every time the lioness tried to inhale, her whole body shuddered. Leo never left her side, licking the cracked skin on her nose, as if a child's love could push back death. Zara pulled out her radio, her hand shaking with emotion, but her voice steady. "This is Alpha 1 to Vet Center. I've found the target. It's a late-stage bovine TB case. I need an aerial rescue team and high-dose antibiotics immediately. Sending coordinates now. Please hurry." Under the shadow of the acacia, in the bright Serengeti sun, 3 animals and 1 human stood together on the fragile boundary between life and death, waiting for a miracle that only a magical connection could bring. The roar of helicopter engines from the horizon tore through the silence of the Green Valley. The reserve's aerial vet team had arrived, while the veterinarians descended quickly, working in harmony to administer anesthesia and high-dose antibiotic
Heart rate
fluids.
is still
Another
flat.
scene unfolded that
epinephrine
silenced
closer.
everyone present. Rex, the brave German shepherd, didn't move an inch from his spot. During the tense wait, he had lain down beside Leo, letting the cub rest his head against his warm fur. It was a magical circle of protection, humans healing a wild beast, and a domestic dog comforting a future king. When a mother lion was placed on a stretcher to be moved to the center's special isolation ward, Leo was taken along. Before the cage door closed, Zara saw Leo look at Rex one last time, a gaze no longer filled with fear, but with a profound bond. Weeks passed, and the Serengeti still wore its lush green coat, though the rains began to thin. In the isolation ward, the mother lion recovered miraculously, thanks to the most advanced medicine and dedicated care. The TB bacteria were pushed back, her muscles toned up again, and her eyes regained the authority of an apex predator. The day of release arrived. Zara drove the jeep, taking Rex along to the release point, right at the foot of the ancient acacia where it all began. When the iron cage door opened, the lioness stepped out with dignity. She sniffed the air of freedom, her golden fur shimmering in the sun. Leo dashed out after her, excitedly jumping through the green grass. But before heading deep into the wilderness, something incredible happened. The mother lion stopped, turning her head to look directly at Zara's jeep. She stood there, majestic and still, like a respectful salute to those who had saved her life. As for Leo, the cub had grown a bit larger. He suddenly broke away from his mother and ran toward the car. He stopped just a few feet from Rex. Rex stood on the back of the jeep, tail wagging gently, his eyes soft as he looked at his brother of a different species. Leo tilted his head, letting out a soft but clear roar, then rubbed his nose in the air, a gesture of the deepest gratitude toward his temporary foster father. After that moment, he turned, ran back to his mother, and both disappeared into the endless green of the savannah. Zara placed her hand on Rex's head, feeling the dog's peaceful heartbeat. She smiled, a look of contentment and relief. The story of Rex and Leo was not just a successful animal rescue. It was an invaluable lesson in trust. In a world often filled with harsh rules and division, the friendship between Rex and Leo reminds us, when we dare to listen with our hearts and trust the instinct of kindness, miracles will always exist. If the story of Rex and the lion family touched your heart, please help us spread this message by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Every small action you take contributes to protecting the precious lives on this savannah. Have you ever witnessed an improbable friendship between animals? Share your story in the comments below. Thank you for journeying with us to the end. See you on the next patrol. The golden sunlight of the Arizona high desert began to stretch across the sand dunes, bathing the Horizon Wildlife Sanctuary in shades of amber. Here, amidst a vast space mimicking far-off savannas, an extraordinary story was quietly unfolding. Sarah Jennings, a conservation expert with over 10 years of experience, was conducting her routine morning rounds. She stopped in front of the enclosure of Leo, a male lion weighing nearly 200 kilograms with a majestic mane that looked as though it were woven from strands of golden silk. The relationship between Sarah and Leo had long been a symbol of trust at the sanctuary. There was no subjugation, only a deep sense of respect built over years. Usually, Leo would greet her with a soft chuff, the language of friendliness in the lion world, before returning to lounge under the shade of an ancient acacia tree. But today, the fresh morning air suddenly felt strangely heavy. Under the harsh sun, Leo was not resting. His amber eyes were locked on his Sarah with an unprecedented intensity. He paced incessantly along the perimeter fence, muscles rippling under his golden fur with every stride. Leo wasn't roaring out hunger, nor did he seem threatening. Instead, he emitted low-frequency vibrations from his chest that made the surrounding air feel as though it were trembling. For the first time in nearly a decade, Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. It wasn't that she feared the beast. Rather, she realized that Leo was trying to tell her something that human language could not express. An anxious omen was present in the eyes of the king of the savannah. Mornings at the Horizon Sanctuary usually unfolded like a pre-programmed symphony, rhythmic and predictable. However, as the clock struck 10 a.m., that peace vanished entirely. Leo, renowned for his calm and regal demeanor, had completely cast aside his inherent pride. Instead of resting to avoid the intensifying Arizona heat, he began a series of actions that left the entire caretaking staff in shock. As Sarah walked along the observation gallery to check the water systems, Leo followed her every step from below. Every movement Sarah made was mirrored by the heavy, hurried footsteps of the lion. He pressed his massive body against the thick tempered glass, his hot breath fogging up the transparent surface. He emitted short, frantic huffs, creating streaks of mist on the glass. This was not a roar of authority meant to intimidate, but a sound that resembled a desperate plea. Whenever Sarah stopped, Leo stopped, his amber eyes never leaving her for a single second. When she turned to speak to a colleague, Leo suddenly let out a thunderous roar so powerful it shook the glass, causing distant tourists to halt in fear that the barrier might shatter. This abnormality could not be ignored. In the natural world, a male lion rarely wastes energy in the middle of the day unless there is a direct threat. But here, there were no enemies. Mark, the sanctuary manager and a seasoned expert, rushed over. He observed Leo and then looked at Sarah, concern etched on his face. Mark suspected that perhaps the extreme heat had caused Leo to suffer heat stroke, or that a wild animal from the desert had breached the buffer zone. They quickly checked the entire perimeter, reviewed the quality of food and water, and even monitored the temperature of the underground shelters. Everything was perfect. There wasn't a single flaw in the operations. However, Leo's agitation only increased. He began using his massive claws to scratch violently at the tempered glass, creating ear-piercing screeches while his gaze remained fixed on Sarah's abdomen. Sarah tried to brush off the worry, offering a forced smile and telling herself she was just tired from overworking in the sun. "I'm fine, Leo, just a bit short on sleep," she whispered, placing her hand against the cool glass. The moment her hand touched the glass, Leo reacted violently. He lunged his heavy body into the partition. A dull thud echoed through the sanctuary. He wasn't trying to escape. He seemed to be trying to break through the barrier to reach Sarah, to stop her or protect her from something only he could perceive through that glass. Management was forced to evacuate all visitors to ensure safety. Leo refused to eat and refused to enter his den for shade. He stood there in the scorching heat like a golden statue on guard, radiating an intense SOS signal that, at that moment, no one could decipher. The beast's stubbornness felt like a silent warning, vibrating in Sarah's heart as an unnameable dread. By afternoon, the tension at the sanctuary had pushed everyone to their breaking point. The Arizona sun began to mellow, but the storm inside Sarah grew larger. She started to feel a dull ache in her side, a sensation she had intentionally ignored for weeks, reassuring herself it was just the result of hauling equipment or work stress. However, looking into Leo's eyes, which were fixed exactly on that painful spot on her body, she suddenly remembered ancient stories about lions being able to scent the change of life. In the world of biology, there is a miraculous but often overlooked phenomenon. Apex predators have a sense of smell thousands of times more sensitive than humans. They can detect minute chemical changes in sweat or breath, even the transformation of cells, before clinical symptoms become apparent. Sarah decided to conduct a small test to verify her growing suspicion. She asked Mark to walk along the glass path where she had been standing. As predicted, Leo completely ignored Mark. He lay down, eyes half closed, tail twitching calmly as if Mark were an invisible part of the landscape. But the moment Sarah stepped back into his line of sight, Leo sprang up like a compressed spring. He began his frantic pacing again, letting out low, mournful moans that sounded like the cries of a friend helplessly watching a loved one in danger. That sound was no longer the roar of a predator, but a sorrowful warning. In that moment, Sarah froze. She understood that this was no longer about the lion's health. It was about hers. Leo wasn't being bad. He was trying to save her life using the only language he had. Urged by Mark and shaken by Leo's steadfast gaze, Sarah decided to leave the sanctuary early to visit a local clinic. There, amidst the scent of antiseptic and the glow of white neon lights, she told the doctor the story of the lion. The doctor smiled skeptically at her animal instinct story, but seeing Sarah's pale face and determination, he agreed to perform a series of blood tests and an intensive ultrasound. Sitting in the quiet waiting room, the stillness of the hospital stood in stark contrast to the thunderous roars and chaos she had left behind. Sarah realized that Leo wasn't attacking her. He was playing the role of a silent guardian. He was using all his power as a king to tell her that her vibe, her body's chemical signature, had changed. Leo seemed to be mourning a loss that she hadn't even realized yet. In that moment, Sarah's fear vanished, replaced by a choking wave of emotion for the pure affection of the wild beast. She realized she wasn't alone. Out there, under the acacia tree in the heart of the desert, a friend was staying awake to worry for her life. The test results returned 2 days later. When Sarah walked into the doctor's office, his attitude had completely changed. There was no skeptical smile or casual demeanor. Instead, his face was grave and urgent. The doctor flipped through the medical file, cleared his throat, and looked her in the eye. "It's a miracle you decided to come in that day, Sarah. We found an abnormal tumor in its early stages, something that, if delayed by even a month, would have become extremely dangerous and uncontrollable." Sarah sat in silence, her breath hitching. She understood that this was not a coincidence, nor a random miracle. It was the result of the persistence of a special diagnostic specialist, weighing over 200 kilograms with golden fur. Leo didn't have a medical degree, an ultrasound machine, or lab equipment, but he had an instinctive connection that modern science sometimes cannot fully explain. The lion had sensed the presence of the disease through subtle changes in her body odor, sense that a human nose is entirely incapable of detecting. While Sarah had to undergo a minor but decisive surgery to remove the tumor, she was forced to stay away from the sanctuary to rest and recover. Updates from Mark via phone left her both amazed and moved. He said that from the moment Sarah left the sanctuary gates on that fateful day, Leo's demeanor shifted instantly. He stopped roaring, stopped clawing at the glass, and stopped his frantic pacing. Instead, the lion majestically walked toward the old acacia tree, lay down, and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep for 3 consecutive days. It was as if a soldier had just finished a life-or-death guard duty. Leo could finally lay down the burden on his regal shoulders. He knew the message had been delivered, and his friend was now safe. The story of the Dr. King quickly spread throughout the local community and the conservation world. People were moved by the idea that a creature we often view as a predatory beast could possess such a level of empathy and a desire to protect a member of his pride that transcended language. During her recovery at home, Sarah frequently looked at photos of Leo. She realized their bond had never been one-sided. She was the caretaker, the one providing food and protection in captivity. But in the hierarchy of a true lion family, Leo was the ultimate protector. Under the brilliant Arizona sun, the Horizon Sanctuary was no longer just a place for wildlife rescue. It had become a symbol of healing. It stood as a testament to a simple yet profound truth. Nature does not just need our protection. Sometimes, it is nature that is protecting us from invisible dangers. 6 weeks later, the Arizona sky was once again a cloudless, deep blue. Desert winds blew through the scrub brush, carrying the scent of hot sand and freedom. Sarah stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. She felt like a person reborn. Her body felt lighter, free of the dull aches and lethargy she had once mistaken for aging. She walked toward Leo's enclosure, her legs trembling slightly with emotion. The entire sanctuary seemed to go quiet as Sarah appeared. Staff members stopped their work, watching from a distance. They wanted to see how the king would welcome his friend home. Leo was lying in the shade of the acacia tree, eyes half closed as he enjoyed a midday nap. When Sarah approached the tempered glass and softly called his name, a magical change occurred. The lion didn't spring up forcefully as he usually did. He slowly opened his eyes, lifted his head high, and looked directly at her. There was no more agitation, no more roars for help, and no more hurried, anxious footsteps. Leo stood up, stretched majestically, and slowly approached the glass. He stopped right in front of Sarah, separated only by the thin barrier. Leo looked at her with deep, gentle eyes, a gaze that seemed to say, "Everything is okay now." He let out a soft chuff, the characteristic sound of greeting and affection. Then, he gently rubbed his massive head against the glass, right where Sarah had placed her hand, like an embrace saying goodbye to old pain. After a few moments of standing silently together, Leo leisurely strolled back to his tree, lay down, and closed his eyes. His mission was truly complete. This story serves as a powerful reminder that we are all part of a vast, invisible web of connection. Sometimes, the answers to life's biggest problems don't come from digital screens or dry medical textbooks, but from the quiet observation of the world around us. Leo didn't need words to save a life. He only needed his heart, his instinct, and a pure love for the person who cared for him. If the story of Leo and Sarah touched your heart, take a moment to look at the four-legged friends around you. Sometimes they understand us better than we understand ourselves. Have you ever experienced a moment where an animal changed your life, or simply comforted you during your hardest times? Please share your story in the comments below. We always treasure and want to hear about those magical connections. We believe in the power of stories that bring faith and healing. Your support by liking and subscribing to the channel not only helps us grow, but also helps spread these humane messages to more people around the world. Always be kind to wilderness, because you never know when nature itself will be the one to take your hand and lead you through the storm. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next touching story. Under the brilliant amber sky of the Serengeti at sunset, as hot winds carrying the scent of burnt grass swept across the wilderness, our story does not begin with the thunderous roar of the king of the jungle. It begins with a painful whisper of fate. On a stretch of parched, cracked, and lonely land, miles away from the protection of the pride, lay a small, pale yellow figure. That was Amara. At only 10 weeks old, the lion cub was now but a faint shadow of a predator, exhausted from hunger, severely dehydrated, and trembling with a fear so deep it had turned into a deathly silence. When she was found, Amara looked more like a pile of ash than a living being. Her eyes were dull, no longer reacting to the light or sound around her. When Dr. Julian Vance, who had dedicated his life to decoding the language of wild species, first knelt beside her, Amara did not growl or bare her teeth. She only cowered, a frail resistance against the horrific trauma that had stolen her family and her faith in life. Longtime rangers looked at the skeletal frame and shook their heads with a sigh, believing Amara's soul had departed long ago, leaving only a body fading by the hour. But Julian was different. In the terrifying stillness of the wild, he saw a flickering light, a fragile but proud breath hidden beneath the matted fur. This was not merely a medical rescue. It was a journey of patience and sacrifice to convince a predator that amidst a cruel world, a peaceful harbor still exists. This story will take us deep into the moment a quiet act inside a cold iron cage turned the destiny of a wild heart forever. For the first 10 days at the Mara Wildlife Sanctuary, the atmosphere surrounding the isolation area was heavy with tension. Amara was placed in a special recovery room, a sturdy iron cage with a concrete floor and cold metal bars. Although those bars were built to protect her from external threats, to the shattered soul of a lion cub, they felt like a prison for both body and spirit. Dr. Julian and his team worked tirelessly, administering fluids and vitamins through the gaps in the cage to combat severe malnutrition. Physically, Amara gradually stabilized. Her ribs no longer protruded sharply, and her coat began to regain its natural color. However, the emotional connection remained completely severed. Amara spent 24 hours a day pressing herself into the darkest, deepest corner of the cage. The rigid concrete floor offered no comfort, and every sound, from the clinking of buckets to the footsteps of medical staff, echoed in the narrow space, making her tremble violently. Every time a bowl of food was pushed through the small slot at the bottom of the door, Amara would hiss with a raspy breath. It wasn't the powerful roar of a monarch, but the sound of absolute terror, a desperate defensive effort. She refused to eat. The fresh red meat, full of nutrients, lay there untouched, cold, and attracting flies in the sweltering afternoon heat of Africa. There is a heartbreaking reality in wildlife rescue. Sometimes you can save the body, but lose the soul to psychological freezing. Julian knew that if Amara did not start eating on her own, her organs would fail again, and this time, no miracle could save her. The sanctuary staff began suggesting more aggressive interventions, sedation, and tube feeding. It was the standard procedure for animals with severe psychological trauma, but Julian hesitated. Night after night, he sat on a wooden crate outside the cage, observing her under the dim security lights. He realized that to Amara, this cage was just another place where she was trapped and helpless. She didn't see Julian as a savior. She saw him as a jailer, a tall creature, standing upright, carrying the scent of chemicals and controlling every door. To save Amara, Julian knew he had to break that hierarchy of fear. He had to stop being a doctor, standing outside, observing a patient, and become a companion, sitting with her in her pain. He realized that the pain of a lion cub is no different from the pain of a human. They need more than a roof or a meal. They need a witness to their suffering. Julian decided that the next morning, he would do something that went against every safety rule in the manual. He would stop trying to treat her from behind the bars. He would open that heavy cage door and step into her world, leaving all human authority at the threshold. The following afternoon, when the sanctuary was bathed in the stillness of the break hour, Julian performed an act no one expected. He brought no medical kit, no sedatives, and no protective stick. In his hands were only a small folding chair, a book, and his own lunch. As the iron latch clicked, a dry metallic sound that always panicked Amara, Julian slowly stepped inside. He did not look at Amara, did not call her name, and did not approach her. He chose the furthest corner opposite her, set down his chair, and calmly began his lunch. The space inside the iron cage was already narrow, and now it became even more suffocating with the presence of a human. For the first 20 minutes, Amara was like a statue of horror. Her tiny claws scratched lightly on the concrete as she tried to press herself deeper into the back wall, her amber eyes wide with vigilance. Julian maintained absolute stillness. He focused on his sandwich, occasionally turning a page of his book, keeping his body language completely relaxed and non-threatening. He was signaling in the most primitive language of animals. I am busy with my own business. I'm not hunting. I'm simply existing with you in this space. Julian's acceptance of sitting on the dusty floor, sharing the same cramped and cold air with Amara, created an invisible vibration. He didn't stand from above, looking down. He lowered himself to the eye level of a wounded creature. Then a breakthrough occurred. It started with a very slight flick of Amara's ear. Gradually, she stopped tensing up. Her tail, which had been tightly curled around her body, began to loosen. Julian's scent, not the smell of disinfectant, but the scent of a living being at peace, seemed to help Amara calm down. Julian took a piece of unseasoned fresh beef he had prepared specifically and gently tossed it into the space between them. He didn't follow the meat with his eyes, nor did he look to see how Amara reacted. He went back to his book. 10 minutes of silence passed, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the iron bars. And then, a faint sound emerged, the soft padding of a big cat's paws on concrete. Amara crawled forward, belly low to the ground, inch by inch toward the meat. She quickly grabbed it and retreated to her corner to eat. For the first time in weeks, the iron cage was no longer a place of pain and coercion. It had become a space of connection. Julian felt a surge of emotion in his throat. By stepping into that cage, he had proven to Amara that he didn't come to dominate or control her, but simply to be with her. The moment Amara accepted the meat was the moment the iron bars in her soul began to melt. It was no longer a relationship between doctor and patient, but a resonance between two living beings finding each other in the darkness of fear. Trust, once ignited, must be tended like a small flame in the wind. Over the next month, the lunch ritual inside the iron cage became an indispensable spiritual anchor for Amar's recovery. Julian no longer needed the folding chair. He sat directly on the concrete floor, letting the dust cover his clothes. Amara no longer fled to the dark corner when he entered. Instead, she began sitting in the middle of the cage, watching Julian with an intense curiosity in her amber eyes, which were now clear and full of light. Her physical transformation was miraculous once her psychological burden was lifted. Muscles began to show beneath her sleek golden fur, and her gait regained the fluid, rhythmic grace characteristic of a great cat. Amara started making chuffing sounds, a soft exhale that lions used to greet pride members. One afternoon, Amara did something that made the sanctuary staff watching from a distance hold their breath. She slowly approached and gently rubbed her head against Julian's knee. In the wild, this is the ultimate sign of acceptance and belonging to a family. Julian kept his hand still. He respected her wild nature, but the connection between them at that moment was stronger than any words. However, this recovery brought a new challenge. Amara was growing too fast for the cramped space of a recovery cage. Her predatory instincts and the need to run began to urge her. Julian understood that the purpose of these bars was to save her life, but now they were beginning to restrain her. The team began the process of rewilding Amara, moving her from the narrow iron cage to a much larger fenced area with tall grass, bushes, and large boulders characteristic of the savanna. The day Amara stepped out of that iron cage for the last time was an emotional milestone. Julian stood watching from a distance, intentionally creating space so she could learn to rely on her own strength. It was a bittersweet feeling. Julian had spent months being Amara's entire world within those four metal walls. But now, his greatest measure of success was that she could live well in a world without him. Amara began to learn how to stalk ground birds, how to navigate through thorn bushes, and how to listen to the breath of the land. She was no longer the cub cowering in the dark corner of a medical shed. She was becoming a maiden of the plains, majestic and full of life. Her eyes no longer reflected the ghosts of the past, but the vast African sky where she truly belonged. The iron bars receded into the past, giving way to the freedom calling from the horizon. The day Amara officially returned to the embrace of the greater Mara was a morning flooded with golden sunlight, a light that seemed to bless a journey of rebirth. When the door of the transport crate was lifted, Amara didn't bolt away immediately. She stepped out with an unusual calmness, her paws touching the wild soil of the savanna, the place where, not long ago, she thought she would perish in solitude. Amara stopped and turned her head to look at Julian one last time. It was a deep, lingering gaze, an unspoken tribute to the man who chose to sit with her on the cold concrete when she was nothing but skin and bones. Then, with a powerful leap, the golden silhouette vanished into the green of the brush. Amara's story teaches us a profound lesson about how we face the brokenness in this world. We often mistakenly believe that great problems always require loud and powerful solutions. We think we need to fix everything with authority or complex systems. But Julian and Amara showed us that the greatest transformative power in the world is sometimes the simplest, silent presence. By choosing to step into the iron cage instead of watching from the outside, Julian dismantled the walls of fear that medicine could not touch. He reminds us that whether it is a traumatized animal or a friend going through dark days, sometimes the best thing you can do is not to give advice or try to change them immediately. The best thing you can do is bring your lunch, sit down beside them, and let them know they are not alone in the darkness. Today, Amara has become a proud adult lioness, the mother of healthy cubs, contributing to the survival of her species in this African land. She is living proof that no one and no living being is beyond repair. A heart, no matter how shattered, can be mended if it is placed in a space that is safe enough and filled with patience. To those following this story, thank you for being part of the journey to spread hope. If Amara's journey has touched your heart, please share it, because doing so helps us gain more resources to support sanctuaries that give a second chance at life to wild souls. And I want to ask you one thing. Is there someone in your life who needs you to sit in the iron cage with them today? Sometimes, your presence is the only medicine that can heal everything. Don't forget to subscribe to continue accompanying us on journeys to explore the wild world, and click the bell icon so you don't miss any stories of connection. Until next time, always keep your kindness and keep your soul as free as the birds of the great wilderness. Under the scorching midday sun of the Montana mountains, the silence was so profound that one could hear the wind whistling through the gaps of rusted metal. In the middle of a dry, barren clearing, no kingdom existed. Only an old iron cage sat desolate, like an exposed tomb. Inside was Alara. For 15 long years, her world had been confined to a few cramped square meters, thick with the smell of rotting sawdust and the stifling heat of metal. Once the queen of the arena, Alara had been forced to jump through rings of fire and perform cheap tricks until her joints grew stiff and her once majestic roar dwindled into weak, dry coughs. When she no longer turned a profit, she was discarded without mercy behind an abandoned warehouse, a piece of forgotten merchandise, gaunt and exhausted under the searing sun of the Old West. Just as that soul seemed ready to give up entirely, Sarah appeared. A veteran ranger with eyes that had witnessed much cruelty but never ceased to feel compassion. Sarah stood frozen at the heartbreaking sight. She didn't see a dangerous beast or a legendary creature in Alara. She saw a breaking soul, a grandmother enduring silent suffering. Sarah stepped closer, the heat radiating from the asphalt making every breath heavy, yet she knelt beside the cage. A miraculous connection occurred in broad daylight. Alara did not growl. She did not resist. Slowly, she extended a massive paw, calloused from years of imprisonment on concrete, and gently touched Sarah's forehead through the wire mesh. It was a wordless plea, an acknowledgement that after years of abuse, she had finally found a hand bringing salvation instead of lashes. She wasn't afraid at all, Sarah recalled through tears. She just softly closed her eyes, leaning her head against my hand as if she had been waiting for this empathy since a previous life. I knew I wasn't just rescuing an animal. I was trying to gather the shattered pieces of a queen who had been stripped of her kingdom. The journey to bring Alara to the sanctuary was a sensory overload. For the first time in over a decade, Alara no longer had to endure the jarring vibrations of circus truck engines or the whistling sting of leather whips. Instead, she was surrounded by the rich scent of mountain pine and the overwhelming stillness of the wild. When the transport doors slowly opened at the sanctuary, there was no spectacular dash for freedom as one might imagine. Instead, she retreated deep into the dark corners of the wooden crate, her clouded amber eyes filled with suspicion. For an animal imprisoned for so long, the darkness of the cage was the only safety she knew, while the vast open space outside felt like a threatening abyss. Sarah understood that this was a challenging stage of psychological liberation. She used no sedatives or sharp prods. Instead, she chose to sit about 50 meters away on a lush green lawn, simply holding a book and reading in a calm, steady voice. She wanted Alara to understand that human presence did not necessarily equate to coercion or pain. For hours under the sun, Sarah stood there like a part of the landscape, patiently waiting. She observed more closely the brutal marks the past had left on the queen's body, a tattered mane, patches of fur lost to malnutrition, and especially those for calloused, cracked paws from years of standing on cold concrete. Whenever she tried to move, Alara walked with a heavy, rhythmic limp, a type of stereotypical behavior common in abused animals, where they pace in invisible circles even though the cage walls are gone. Sarah explained to her colleagues that healing the body was the easiest part, But convincing Alera's mind that the cage had truly disappeared was the real battle. She began applying olfactory enrichment, placing tufts of wild grass, cedar leaves, or fresh bark right at the exit of the transport crate. The turning point came on the fourth day of persistence. As the sun's heat began to mellow, Alera started to catch the scent of damp earth and dry leaves. Trembling, she placed her first paw onto the green grass. The moment her flesh touched the soft blades, she flinched back as if she had touched fire. It was the first time in 15 years she felt the elasticity of the earth instead of the rigidity of steel and cement. She stood still, nostrils flaring as she inhaled, eyes looking up at the vast Montana sky, unobstructed by a cage roof. A forgotten queen stood bewildered in her own kingdom. Try to understand that from now on, the iron walls had vanished forever into the past. After those first hesitant steps on the grass, Alera began a journey even more arduous, learning to trust a human once again. Sarah knew that scars on the flesh might fade, but the ghosts of betrayal and pain in Alera's mind were invisible wounds that required a special kind of medicine, the language of patience. Every day, Sarah established an unchanging routine. She did not rush to approach. She chose to appear as regularly as the breath of nature. She spent hours performing this slow blink, a characteristic peace signal of big cats. In a lion world, staring is a threat, but a slow, prolonged blink is an affirmation. I mean you no harm. I trust you. Sarah persistently sent that signal for weeks, waiting for the day Alera would respond, even with the smallest squint. The greatest challenge lay in practical medical issues. Years of abuse had left Alera's teeth badly damaged and her joints severely weakened by calcium deficiency. She needed regular medical treatment, but the thought of being touched by humans or cornered always sent Alera into a state of extreme panic. Instead of using force or restraint, Sarah patiently applied positive reinforcement. She turned medical sessions into gentle communication, using small pieces of meat as rewards to encourage Alera to voluntarily enter the medical exam area. Every centimeter Alera moved forward without trembling was a resounding victory for Sarah. She did not force. She only opened a door and patiently waited for Alera to walk through it herself. One afternoon, a sudden thunderstorm broke over the Montana Kingdom. For a circus lion, the booming thunder and flashes of lightning across the sky were always associated with loud performances, shouting, and the fear of punishment. Alera retreated into the darkest corner of her shelter, her whole body shaking violently, her dull eyes reflecting the trauma of the past. Sarah did not leave her. She sat in the observation room nearby, separated only by the wire mesh, and began to talk through the rain. Her voice was low and steady, blending into the sound of the rainfall. This was the moment the line between rescuer and rescued began to blur. They became two solitary souls leaning on each other to weather the storm. Sarah whispered to Alera about her own frustrations and exhaustion over her years of work. About times she too wanted to give up, but found strength looking into the eyes of creatures like Alera. We are both looking for a place where we no longer have to perform for anyone, aren't we, girl? Sarah murmured. As the storm faded, Alera was no longer huddled. She slowly stepped out and lay down in the loaf position, a sign of absolute security, with her paws tucked neatly under her chest. And then, in the pale light after the rain, Alera turned towards Sarah for the first time and emitted a soft prussin, the characteristic sneezing sound lions used to greet and show friendliness. It was the first thank you, a milestone marking that the kingdom of trust had been officially established. Recovery was not merely about healing physical wounds. It was a revolution to reclaim a stolen identity. During this phase, Alera began to undergo a true awakening. As her chronic pain subsided thanks to dedicated medical care, her true personality began to bloom. Surprisingly, Alera was not a fierce or aggressive predator. She revealed herself to be a calm queen, a curious observer of the world around her. She spent hours watching local magpies perch near the fence with eyes of gentle curiosity rather than hunger. Sarah realized that after 15 years of being forced to be a beast in a circus, Alara was finally allowed to live according to her naturally peaceful nature. To help Alara find her instincts, Sarah introduced enrichment activities. She placed giant rubber balls and ancient logs in the enclosure. For the first time, Sarah and the sanctuary staff were moved to tears watching Alara play. A lion weighing over 100 kilograms, once old and tired, was now clumsily batting at a ball like a kitten exploring the world. Those movements were initially awkward due to joint issues, but gradually they became fluid and full of life. Alara was no longer a slave jumping through fire for food. She was playing for her own joy, a fundamental right she had been deprived of since she was a cub. However, the pinnacle of this awakening did not lie in games, but in the forgotten roar. For months since arriving at the sanctuary, Alara had been completely silent. Her vocal cords seemed to have withered after years of only emitting groans of pain. But on a crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sun touched the mountain peaks and dyed the Montana Valley gold, a miracle happened. Alara stepped onto the highest rock in her area, standing tall with a majesty that no circus could ever teach. She took a deep breath, her chest expanding, and then a deep, thunderous sound shook the air. It was not a roar of anger or threat. It was a declaration of existence. That roar echoed through the canyons, vibrating the old pine branches and silencing the other animals in the sanctuary in respect. Sarah stood in the distance, the coffee cup in her hand trembling with the rhythm of that sound, her tears falling uncontrollably. The circus had tried to steal Alara's voice, but nature and love had returned it all. That roar was a testament that no matter how suppressed a soul might be, it can always find its strength again. The story of Alara's revival began to spread. Local children sent hundreds of letters and drawings of Queen Alara, turning her into a symbol of hope, that it is never too late to start over, and that age or past trauma can never diminish the dignity and peace of a living being. As the melodies of the Montana wilderness shifted into the gentle rhythm of the late afternoon, Alara's image appeared as a living testament to the power of rebirth. No longer a sorrowful skeleton locked in an iron cage, Alara now wore a thick, smooth coat that shimmered under the sun. Her amber eyes were no longer dull or filled with fear. They were clear, reflecting the majesty and calm of a queen who had truly found her kingdom. Though Alara would never be able to return to the wild savannas of Africa due to her age and the survival skills stripped from her since youth, here, among the green hills of Montana, she had found an eternal kingdom, a place where freedom was measured not by land area, but by peace of mind. Sarah often spent the final minutes of the day sitting quietly by the perimeter fence, observing her special friend. She reflected on the invaluable lesson Alara had taught her, that being abandoned does not mean the end. In a modern world full of hustle, where things that are old and no longer useful are often pushed aside, Alara was a gentle reminder of the value of dignity. Sarah understood that this journey of redemption was not one-sided. She had saved Alara from the iron cage, but Alara had saved her from emotional callousness, reminding her why she chose this path, to protect souls who cannot protect themselves. The most moving moment occurred as the sunset descended, painting the sky red. Like a ritual of trust, Alara slowly walked toward where Sarah sat. She didn't roar, she didn't perform. She simply approached and leaned her massive, heavy head against the wire mesh, right next to Sarah's position. It was an image of the purest respect and love, a connection transcending the boundary between human and beast. She will spend the rest of her life here, Sarah said with a satisfied smile, to feel the warmth of the sun, smell the rain on the wind, and most importantly, to know she is loved for exactly who she is, not for what she can do to entertain. Alara's story did not stop within the boundaries of the sanctuary. It became a legacy, a silent call sent out to the community. We often look at old animals, senior dogs, or creatures past their prime and view them as burdens. But Alara proved the opposite. The final years of life can be the most brilliant if there is love. The connection between Sarah and Alara lit a flame of hope, encouraging people to open their hearts to forgotten lives, to understand that every second chance we give can create a miracle. Alara's story is a reminder that there are thousands of other Alaras waiting in the dark. Not just lions, but living beings of all species who have been discarded because they are old or no longer useful. Today, you can become this Sarah in someone's life. Do not just look for perfection. Look for souls that need healing. Because after all, there's a truth we must always remember. We do not save them because they are strong. We save them so they can remember how strong they once were. Under the scorching heat of the Serengeti, the African sky resembled an endless stretch of blue silk, baked by a brilliant golden sun. At a small, isolated wooden cabin within the reserve, Leo Thorne, a park ranger with sun-bronzed skin and eyes etched with the marks of time, was enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. For 15 years, his life had revolved around the rustling of acacia leaves and the distant cry of fish eagles. But today, the air felt strangely thick, carrying an unusual omen. From the edge of the sun-scorched tall grass, a figure appeared that should not have been there, at least not in this manner. It was a large male lion, once the ultimate symbol of power on the savannah. But now, this king stood motionless, his body heartbreakingly gaunt. His mane, once a proud crown, was matted with dust and thorns. Every rib protruded sharply beneath his thin skin with every labored breath. He did not roar, nor did he appear to be hunting. He simply stood there, staring directly at Leo with deep amber eyes that held a chaotic mix of utter exhaustion and a silent plea. In the wild, for a lion to show weakness is a death sentence. Yet, he had chosen to step out of the shadows to face a human. Leo understood that this was not a chance encounter. It was the beginning of an invisible pact between two worlds, a plea uttered in the absolute silence of the midday sun. The days that followed were a test of patience and mutual respect. Leo decided to name him Malik, a name meaning king. For even in his most depleted state, the lion exuded the noble aura of a fallen monarch. Every afternoon, when the savannah heat peaked and made the air shimmer like water, Malik would emerge from the dense thickets. He never came too close, quietly lying down under the shade of solitary Mariala tree about 50 meters from Leo's porch. He never crossed that distance, and Leo was wise enough not to take a single step further. Leo began a subtle process of intervention. In the world of conservation, there's a thin line between helping and domesticating. But looking at Malik's sunken chest, Leo knew the lion wouldn't last another week without support. He began leaving slabs of fresh meat at the edge of the grass. He didn't hand feed him, nor did he try to pet him. He simply provided life. When Leo placed the food and retreated, Malik would wait until Leo returned to the porch before approaching. He ate hurriedly, yet remained alert, his ears constantly swiveling toward Leo to track every minor movement. Leo often sat on the porch with a cup of coffee, talking to Malik in a low, steady voice. He spoke of the coming rains, the migration of the wildebeest, or simply shared aimless stories. He did this not so Malik would understand human language, but so the lion would grow accustomed to his scent, his voice, and his presence. After the first month, a miraculous change became evident. The meals Leo provided brought back the calories Malik's body had long forgotten. His gait, once the trembling steps of despair, regained its natural suppleness and grace. But the most incredible transformation was in his eyes. The vacant, hollow stare of a starving animal was replaced by a sharp, focused gaze. Malik was no longer a ghost wandering through the dry grass. He had become a vibrant, living being, a testament to the power of a second chance. However, the boundary between them remained. Malik was still a wild lion, and Leo always respected that. Their relationship was a friendship of spatial proximity but instinctive separation. They shared the same air, the same sun, and a silent agreement. For now, the Savanna had provided Malik a safe haven through the hands of a human. Leo understood he did not own Malik. He was merely accompanying him through the darkest chapter of his life. That fragile peace was shattered on a fateful Tuesday. The sun was at its zenith, heating the landscape until the air vibrated with mirages. But Malik did not appear on time, as usual. Leo felt a tightening knot of anxiety in his chest. In the wilderness, absence often signifies the worst. He paced the porch, his eyes never leaving the forest edge where the thorny acacia trees stood still under the sun. It wasn't until the sun began to set, casting streaks of blood red across the savanna, that Malik appeared. But the sight before Leo made his blood run cold. The lion wasn't walking. He was dragging his heavy body with agonizing difficulty. His right front paw was clamped in a rusted, crude hunk of metal. It was a poacher's steel trap, a cruel, serrated device long forgotten. The more Malik had struggled to escape the brush, the deeper the teeth had sunk into his flesh, leaving the wound raw and swollen. This time, Malik did not stop under the familiar Marigold tree. The excruciating pain had overridden his instinctual fear of humans. He dragged himself heavily toward the porch, finally collapsing right before the steps, less than 3 meters from Leo. His breathing was ragged, punctuated by low, guttural growls vibrating in his throat from the pain. This was the moment of truth. An injured lion is the most dangerous creature on the planet, but Malik's eyes held no trace of aggression. He looked at Leo with an imploring gaze, wide and desperate, as if all his final hopes rested on this one man. Leo knew he couldn't wait for a rescue team from the city. Malik was falling into shock from pain and blood loss. With a terrifying calm, Leo stepped off the porch. He carried a heavy-duty bolt cutter and a thick leather tarp. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird, but his hands remained strangely steady. As he approached, Malik bared his teeth, not as a threat, but as a natural reflex to the pain. Leo knelt in the dusty earth, just inches away from the most powerful jaws in Africa. He spoke softly, his voice steady like a lullaby. "Easy, my king. I'm going to help you." For the first time, Leo touched him. Malik's fur was coarse and hot from the sun. As Leo positioned the cutters, the lion tensed, his claws digging deep into the dry soil. A sharp crack echoed, and the rusted steel ring finally gave way. The trap fell to the ground. For one long minute afterward, neither moved. The silence of the Serengeti became absolute, save for the breathing of 2 different species sharing a single heartbeat amidst the sweeping winds. The recovery process was slow but astonishing. For the next 2 weeks, Malik did not leave the area around the cabin. He turned the space under the Marigold tree into his own infirmary. Leo used a long-range antiseptic spray to treat the wound daily, observing the fierce natural resilience of the great wild. During these days, the bond between them grew deeper than ever. Malik often slept within sight of Leo's window, acting as a silent guardian for the small wooden structure that had saved his life. As the scar began to close and the limp vanished, Leo noticed a distinct shift in Malik's behavior. The lion spent more time gazing at the horizon, toward the distant kopjes, the territory of local prides. The call of the wild began to grow louder than the comfort of provided meals. Leo knew this day would come. He felt a tinge of sadness, but also immense pride. He had saved a king, and now that king had to go reclaim his kingdom. One early morning, before the first rays of sun could dry the dew on the grass, Leo woke up to find the clearing empty. The golden silhouette under the Marigold tree was gone. The amber eyes watching from the brush were no more. He spent the day in a state of reflection. The wooden house suddenly felt small and strangely quiet. Leo checked the perimeter and found a single, deep paw print in the soft sand, heading straight north. Malik was gone. He had chosen to be a true lion again, rather than a dependent in the shadow of a human. Months passed, and Leo continued his work as a ranger. though his eyes instinctively drifted toward the Mariala tree every midday. He often wondered if Malik had survived the brutal power struggles of the Pride, or if he had fallen to a younger, stronger rival. In the Serengeti, nature is inherently indifferent and has no room for sentimentality. But Leo always carried the memory of that golden gaze, a reminder that for a brief moment, two worlds had become one. He had provided the solution, a courageous act and pieces of meat, and the reward was the peace of knowing the king still proudly roamed the vast savannah. Malik's absence did not diminish Leo's belief in kindness. On the contrary, it reinforced a powerful conviction that all life has value and that freedom is the greatest gift one can bestow upon another creature. He had done the right thing by not trying to keep him for himself. For a king only truly exists when he is free to rule his own land. Nearly 6 months had passed since the day the crack of the steel trap echoed on the dusty ground. Leo was standing on his porch, quietly watching the sunset paint the African sky in shades of deep purple and burning orange. Suddenly, a movement at the edge of the brush caught his eye. A massive male lion stepped out. His mane was now thick, dark, and magnificent. It was Malik. He looked twice as large as the gaunt, desperate shadow of that first day. But this time he was not alone. From the tall grass, a majestic lioness emerged right behind him, her eyes alert yet calm as she followed Malik's lead. And then, 3 tiny lion cubs, their fur still marked with faint spots, came tumbling out of the brush, playing and tripping over their own chubby paws. Malik led his small family toward the familiar Mariala tree. He didn't approach the house closely, but he stood tall, his powerful chest heaving, looking directly at Leo. There was no thunderous roar, no grand gestures. Malik simply stood there for a few minutes, a father, a sovereign introducing his legacy to the man who made it all possible. He was showing Leo that the life saved that day wasn't just a single individual. It was the future of an entire bloodline. It was a moment of pure gratitude that transcended words. In Malik's steady gaze, Leo felt a thank you that resonated louder than any roar on the savannah. After one final, deep look, Malik turned, leading his family as they disappeared into the golden grass, fading into the sunset like a beautiful dream. This story reminds us that even in a world that can feel dry and harsh, a silent act of kindness can create ripples in ways we never expect. We often think of ourselves as separate from the wild, but stories like Malik's prove that we all share one heartbeat. Connection doesn't always need words. Sometimes, it just needs us to be present when a king falls. If this story touched your heart, please hit the like button. It helps us spread messages of hope to more people. We would love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever experienced a moment of connection with creatures in the natural world? Your stories are the reason we continue to protect these beautiful spaces. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to join us on our journeys deep into the heart of the wild. See you again, stay kind, and keep the connection. The Serengeti savanna burned in brilliant shades of orange and gold in the late afternoon. But inside the remote ranger station, silence enveloped Ryan. For him, the static of the old radio and the stifling heat radiating from the wooden walls were the familiar rhythms of life on the wild frontier. However, that afternoon, a sequence of events occurred that was not in any conservation manual. A soft, sharp scratch sounded against the half-closed wooden door. Ryan looked up, expecting a colleague or perhaps a stray dog seeking shade. But as the door slowly pushed open, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Standing at the threshold was a massive lioness. She didn't growl, she didn't bare her teeth. Her body was a map of pain. Her once golden fur was matted with mud and dried blood, marked by crisscrossing scars that had not yet closed. Ryan's heart pounded, but he noticed something strange in the queen's eyes. It wasn't the gaze of a predator, but one of ultimate plea. Mara, the name he would later give her, stepped inside, her mouth firmly but gently holding a tiny, frail cub. To Ryan's utter amazement, she placed the cub right on the rug in the middle of the office at the foot of his desk. She went back out and repeated this 3 more times until all 4 cubs lay trembling in the safety of human space. When the final cub was delivered, Mara seemed to shed her last burden. She collapsed onto the floor, her head resting near the leg of Ryan's chair, her eyes fluttering shut in total exhaustion. Mara had chosen to trust the greatest enemy of wildlife, humans, in exchange for her cub's chance at survival. Before Ryan could process the presence of 5 lions in his office, the roar of a modern SUV engine shattered the silence. The polished vehicle bearing the logo International Wildlife Research Center screeched to a halt in the yard, kicking up clouds of dust. 2 men stepped out looking professional, crisp conservation gear, high-end binoculars, and thick dossiers in hand. The man calling himself DR. Miller pushed his way into the office with a confident smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He produced a folder with a bright red seal, loudly declaring that this lioness was Subject 402, an escapee from their quarantine facility. He claimed Mara suffered from a dangerous psychological condition, making her abnormally aggressive, and demanded Ryan allow them to recover the lion family immediately for transport to a medical facility. However, Ryan, a man who had spent over a decade listening to the breath of the savannah, noticed anomalies emerging behind the perfect facade. First was Mara's reaction. When Miller spoke, the lioness didn't growl with the protective instinct of a predator. Instead, she trembled violently, trying to use her large body to shield her 4 cubs in the dark corner under the desk. This wasn't the aggression of a sick animal. It was the sheer terror of a victim facing her tormentor. Ryan's eyes accidentally brushed over Mara's neck as she stretched. Instead of a professional GPS tracking collar used by scientists, he discovered a strip of skin where the fur was completely gone, leaving a deep scar circling her neck. It was unmistakable evidence of an electric collar, a brutal tool strictly banned, typically used only in illegal training camps to break the will of wild beasts. Suspicion turned to certainty when Ryan secretly reached under his desk to press a radio button, sending a unit verification signal to the command center behind Miller's back. Minutes later, the static in his earpiece delivered an answer that chilled his blood. No organization by that name is operating in the entire conservation area. The vehicle tags are fakes. Ryan realized he was facing high-level poachers, smuggling kingpins hungry for black market profits. They didn't want to save Mara. They wanted to take her back to her prison for further exploitation. Miller began to lose patience, his hand hovering near a holster hidden under his jacket. Ryan knew he was alone with only an old hunting rifle, while the opponents were armed to the teeth. He took a deep breath, forced a social smile, and said, "The paperwork looks in order, doctor, but the animal is very weak. I need to get the keys to the anesthetic locker in the rear vehicle to help you transport them. Wait for me a moment." Stepping out of the office, Ryan knew every second was worth a life. He didn't go for the keys. Instead, he quickly signaled 2 trusted colleagues to prepare a secret escape plan. The battle of wits had ended, and a true fight for survival began. In the sweltering late afternoon sun, the tension at the ranger station was so high that even a small noise could trigger a shootout. Ryan knew Miller and his gang would soon lose patience. He slipped out the back door, where 2 trusted colleagues had prepared a specialized Land Rover reinforced with a steel frame. They coordinated with incredible speed, gently lifting the cubs into transport crates and coaxing Mara, now lethargic from painkillers but struggling to stay conscious, onto the back of the truck. As soon as the Land Rover's engine roared, Miller realized he had been duped. He dropped the sophisticated Dr. Act and bellowed into his radio in a rage. The 2 poacher SUVs revved their engines, tearing through the red dust to give chase. A breathtaking pursuit began across the rugged trails of the savannah. Ryan floored the gas, the old but sturdy Land Rover lunging through grass taller than a man. Behind him, the whistle of bullets began to tear through the air. The poachers had revealed their true colors, firing at the tires and the back of the truck to force Ryan's stop. A bullet slammed into the steel side of the vehicle with a loud clang, right next to where Mara lay, causing the lioness to let out a pained growl. Ryan looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Miller's SUV charging frantically, intentionally ramming his rear. The high-speed collisions and swerving nearly flipped the Ranger's vehicle in the middle of the open terrain. However, Miller made a fatal mistake. He thought the speed of modern vehicles would conquer all. Ryan, who knew every tree and rock of this land by heart, began his decoy plan. Instead of heading for the main road, he suddenly jerked the wheel, driving straight toward a dry riverbed, a natural trap during the off-season. Beneath the fine dust of the riverbed lay deep silt and mud, hidden by a thin layer of dry grass. Ryan held the steering wheel steady, guiding the Land Rover along a narrow strip of submerged rock known only to veteran rangers. When he saw Miller charging at full speed to deliver a final ramming blow, Ryan suddenly veered sharply to the side. The two criminal SUVs, being too heavy and carrying too much momentum, plowed straight into the marshy area. The roar of the engines was replaced by the sound of tires spinning helplessly in thick mud. The polished vehicles quickly sank halfway up their wheels, imprisoned in the Savanna's mud trap. Ryan stopped the car at a safe distance on hard ground. He looked back and saw Miller slamming his fist against the steering wheel in utter helplessness. However, Ryan didn't get complacent. He knew they still had heavy weaponry. He sped away, taking Mara and her cubs toward the relief zone, where he hoped justice would be waiting to punish these villains. The race was no longer just about speed. It was a race to snatch life from the hands of death. As Ryan's Land Rover struggled over the final rocky slopes toward the rendezvous point, the sky behind him was suddenly illuminated by high-powered searchlights. Miller and his gang, after escaping their mired vehicles, were frantically chasing on foot with heavy weapons. They no longer wanted to recover Mara. The fury of humiliated criminals drove them to want to destroy everything to erase the evidence. Just as Miller raised his rifle to pull the trigger, a thunderous sound tore through the night. The roar of jet engines echoed overhead. A Wildlife Special Task Force helicopter suddenly appeared from behind a mountain ridge, its spotlight locking onto every movement of the poachers. A stern voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "Drop your weapons. You are surrounded by federal law enforcement." As it turned out, Ryan was never alone. From the moment he recognized the fraud in his office, he had secretly activated a Level 1 emergency signal, a code reserved for high-risk animal trafficking cases. The GPS signal from the Land Rover had been continuously transmitting his live location to the National Operations Center. From different directions, specialized military and environmental police vehicles surged out of the shadows, quickly disarming and handcuffing Miller and his accomplices. When the authorities' lights shone into the criminals' vehicles still stuck in the mud, a horrifying truth began to emerge. Behind the fake scientific research logos were secret compartments filled with stimulants and violent training tools. Investigators found a client list of billionaires willing to pay millions of dollars for trophy hunts, where the primary targets were lions whose defensive instincts had been broken, lions like Mara. The police chief approached Ryan, handing him a confidential file recently decrypted from Miller's laptop. Mara was not a wild lioness who had happened to wander in. She had been born in a sanctuary, but was stolen as a cub. For 5 years, she had been imprisoned by Miller in a secret intensive breeding farm. To protect her newborn cubs from the rifles of trophy hunters, Mara had executed an unthinkable escape. She had clawed through electric fences, enduring agonizing shocks to lead her cubs on a 50-kilometer trek through the harshest terrain, with only one goal: to find a man in the ranger uniform she had seen as a cub, the only person she believed would not hurt her. Looking at Mara lying in the back of the truck, exhaling in relief as the villains were led away, Ryan understood that this was more than a criminal case. It was an indictment of human cruelty and a brilliant testament to the sacred bond of a mother's love. Justice had been served, But the wounds on Mara's body and soul would take a long time to heal. After long, tense days, justice was finally established. Miller and his smuggling network faced the harshest sentences, but for Ryan, the real victory did not lie in handcuffs, but in the recovery of Mara's family. For the next 3 months, the ranger station was no longer Mara's shelter. She and her cubs were moved to a specialized rehabilitation area where the scars on her flesh healed and her wild instincts began to surge back strongly. The day finally arrived, the day Mara would return to where she belonged. Ryan and the conservation team decided to release the lion family into a strict nature reserve spanning tens of thousands of hectares, where there were no poacher footprints and human intervention was kept to a minimum. When the transport vehicle stopped in the middle of a lush valley, where herds of antelope grazed peacefully at the foot of misty mountains, a solemn atmosphere took hold. Ryan stepped down from the car and walked slowly toward the cage door. He looked through the iron bars and saw Mara standing steady. Her amber eyes now regained their brilliance and the authority of a Savanna queen. As the latch was pulled, an absolute silence fell. Mara did not rush out. She walked slowly with immense pride. Each step she took on the soft grass seemed as if she were retasting the flavor of the freedom that had been stolen from her for so long. The 4 cubs, now larger and more mischievous, followed behind her, jumping around her legs in pure excitement. Amidst the iconic fiery red African sunset, as the sky turned a deep purple and the last rays of sunlight gilded the grass, Mara stopped. About 20 meters from Ryan's car, she turned her head. It was a moment Ryan would never forget for the rest of his life. Mara didn't growl, nor was she afraid. She stood silently, looking directly into Ryan's eyes for several long seconds. In that gaze, there was no longer a plea, but a message of profound gratitude, a spiritual connection between the Savior and the saved. Like a final farewell, Mara let out a low, deep grunt, then turned and led her cubs deep into the vast savanna, their shadows merging with the falling night. The story of Mara became a legend at Ryan's Ranger Station, reminding everyone of the miraculous power of trust and maternal love. Ryan continued his work, patrolling the vast lands every day. Sometimes, through his binoculars, he still catches the silhouette of a brave lioness standing on a high hill, watching the patrol car from afar. He smiles, knowing that somewhere out there, life continues in its most magnificent way. Thank you for following the emotional journey of Mara and her cubs. This story is proof that even in the darkest circumstances, faith and kindness always find a way to shine. If you were moved by the bond between humans and nature, please hit like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss our next inspiring stories. Share your thoughts in the comments below. We always value your feedback. See you in the next video. Dawn on the South African savanna had never been so silent. The sunlight began to tint the ancient baobab trees in gold, but the atmosphere did not carry the usual hustle and bustle of a new day. Instead, there was a strange, solemn silence, as if nature itself was holding its breath to witness an event far beyond human understanding. From the horizon, a large dark silhouette appeared, then 2, then 3. It wasn't a convoy of curious tourists, nor was it a group of hunters. It was a pride of 7 lions, led by Leo, a king with a majestic black mane and the deep scars of time etched upon his face. They weren't hunting, nor were they roaring to claim territory. They were marching in a silent procession toward a small house deep within the reserve, the place where a man named Jack had just drawn his last breath. People often say that animals only live for the present. But today, the king of the jungle had traveled dozens of miles through the scrubland just to repay a debt of gratitude that had lasted a decade. This is not just a story of survival, but a legend of the spiritual connection between Jack, a man with a wild heart, and Leo, the lion who learned how to love a human. The story flashes back 10 years ago, under the scorching, blistering sun of the dusty northern region. Jack, a conservationist with sun-bronzed skin and eyes filled with determination, received an urgent call that would change his life. At a nearby cattle ranch, a pride of lions was being cornered. Standing between the ring of gunmen and the fury of the villagers was Leo. At that time, Leo was not a king, but an outcast, a beast carrying a deep-seated hatred for mankind. Leo had once been the victim of a steel trap set by poachers. Although he survived, the trap left a long, jagged scar on his neck and a psychological wound that would never heal. Having lost his former territory and his trust in humans, Leo began leading his pride to attack livestock to survive. In the eyes of the authorities, Leo was a cold-blooded killer, a threat that needed to be eliminated immediately. The kill order was signed, and the barrels were loaded. Jack arrived just as the gunmen were preparing to pull the trigger. He looked into Leo's fiery amber eyes that held no fear, only ultimate resentment. Jack understood that if he didn't act, not just one lion, but an entire family would be wiped out. Using all his reputation and his last bit of savings, Jack stood as a guarantor for Leo's pride. He promised to move them to his private reserve and personally tame their aggression. The relocation took place under extreme tension. Even when sedated, Leo's muscular body tensed up as if fighting the whole world. When he woke up in the quarantine area of Jack's reserve, the first thing Leo did was not look for food, but charge straight at the steel fence, letting out roars that shook the surrounding trees. He glared at Jack with eyes that looked ready to tear apart the man who had saved him. Jack realized that conventional conservation methods would fail against a soul so deeply wounded. He didn't use whips, electric prods, or delicious bait to entice him. Jack chose a method that his colleagues called insane. He brought a simple tent, a folding chair, and a few books, then set up camp right against the steel fence, just a few steps away from Leo. For many weeks, under the daytime sun and the cold of the great wilderness at night, Jack just sat there. He read old novels aloud, telling Leo about the forests of freedom he promised to return him to. Jack intentionally avoided looking directly into Leo's eyes to prevent a sense of challenge. He wanted to prove to the fierce beast that, in a world full of guns and traps, there was still a human hand that brought peace. During the first few nights, Leo roared constantly right in Jack's ear, but the man remained still, his voice remaining warm and steady like a soothing melody. It was a battle of patience, where love began to permeate through the cold steel bars. Time on the Savanna is not measured in months or days, but by the changing color of the grass from lush green to withered yellow, then burnt dry under the wilderness sun. Jack's weeks of persistence by the iron fence began to bring changes so small that if one didn't observe closely, they would easily be missed. Leo no longer threw himself at the steel mesh whenever he saw Jack's shadow. Instead, he began to keep a certain distance, silently observing the strange man who patiently talked to him every night. The true turning point occurred on a violent summer night when a tropical storm slammed into the reserve. Lightning ripped through the pitch-black sky, and thunder rolled like it wanted to shake the earth. In the quarantine area, the young lions began to panic, running chaotically and letting out cries of fear. Leo, though a strong leader, could not hide his unease. He paced back and forth, his breath labored, his amber eyes showing clear signs of stress under the flashes of lightning. Amidst the torrential rain, Jack did not run inside to find shelter. Wearing a thin raincoat and holding a small flashlight, he approached the fence. Instead of reading books as usual, Jack began to sing. It was an ancient folk song with a low, steady melody that blended into the sound of the falling rain. He sat down in the mud, only a thin mesh layer away from Leo. In that moment, it seemed that the shared fear of nature had blurred the boundary between man and beast. Leo slowly approached. He didn't growl, but slowly laid down opposite Jack. For the first time, he brought his massive nose to gently touch the steel mesh, right where Jack's hand was placed. A stream of warmth from the breath of the king of the Savanna brushed against Jack's hand, marking the moment the ice of hatred officially shattered. After that night, their relationship turned a new page. Jack began to be allowed to open the gate and step into the pride's area without the protection of weapons. He never tried to tame them like pets. He respected their wild instincts. In return, Leo allowed Jack to sit beside him under the shade of the baobab tree. On scorching afternoons, people witnessed an unbelievable sight. A man sitting with his back against a tree reading a book, while beside him sat a male lion weighing over 200 kilograms napping, occasionally flicking his tail to touch the human friend's shoulder. This bond was tested when Jack went to check the water holes at the border of the reserve. While absorbed in his notes, Jack didn't realize he was in the sights of a highly venomous black cobra hiding in the dry grass. Just as the snake prepared to deliver its lethal strike, a thunderous roar shook the air. Leo, appearing from nowhere, lunged like a lightning bolt. He didn't snatch the snake, but stood directly in front of Jack, using the majesty of the king of the jungle to force the reptile to retreat. Once the snake had withdrawn, Leo turned to look at Jack, letting out a soft huff in his throat, a greeting signal that lions reserve only for family members. That was the moment Jack understood that he hadn't just saved an animal's life. He had found a protector, a brother in the heart of the wild. Many years passed, and Jack and Leo wrote a living legend in the heart of the savannah. But time is an enemy that spares no one. One late afternoon, as the sunset cast long blood-colored streaks across the ground, the heart of Jack, the man who spent his life protecting the heartbeat of the wild, suddenly stopped. He passed away peacefully on the rattan chair on his porch, his eyes still turned toward the vast grasslands. The sad news spread quickly through the conservation community, but the strangest thing happened among his four-legged friends. At the moment Jack drew his last breath, Leo's pride was in the northern part of the reserve, more than 20 miles from Jack's house. Normally, lions never leave their hunting territory unless there is a major upheaval. But as if an invisible thread had just snapped, Leo suddenly stood up. He faced Jack's house and let out a long, somber, and mournful roar that echoed through the rocky ravines. Without any other signal, the entire pride automatically gathered behind Leo. They began a 12-hour journey, crossing brush and dry creek beds, never stopping to hunt or rest. They walked with a solemn pace, like an honor guard marching toward the casket of a king. The next morning, as reserve staff and family prepared for Jack's funeral at the center of the reserve, they were stunned by an incredible sight. From the bushes, the pride of 7 lions emerged. There was no panic, no fierce roaring. Leo led the pride straight into the yard, where Jack's wooden coffin was placed under the shade of a giant baobab tree. The crowd backed away in shock and fear, but they soon realized this was not an attack. Before Jack was lowered into the ground, a sacred moment took place that brought tears to the eyes of everyone watching. Leo, the majestic king with the old scar on his neck, slowly stepped toward the coffin. He lowered his massive head, inhaling the familiar scent of his old friend for the last time. Then, with a gesture full of affection, Leo gently leaned his head against the side of the wooden coffin, rubbing his thick mane against the rough wood, a nuzzling and marking behavior common in felines, as if to say, "You still belong to us." The other lions in the pride took turns stepping forward. They didn't roar, but only used their noses to gently touch the wood, letting out low, mournful moans in their throats. After performing this moving farewell ritual, the whole pride did not leave, but silently laid down in a circle surrounding the coffin. They held that position throughout the ceremony, acting as the final loyal sentinels for Jack's journey into eternity. Under the African sun, the image of the world's fiercest predators lying quietly beside the man who saved their lives was the most powerful testament to a friendship that transcends all biological barriers. After the last clumps of earth were filled in, a stillness enveloped the small cemetery in the heart of the reserve. Leo's pride still did not leave. They lay there, prostrate by Jack's newly mounded grave for 48 hours, without eating or drinking, despite the vultures circling above or the skin-scorching sun of the savannah. This was no longer the instinct of a beast, but a spiritual awakening, a silent tribute that humans usually believe only they can feel. The story of the lion's appearance at Jack's funeral quickly became a legend that spread around the world. But for those working at the reserve, the miracle continued in the years that followed. Every year, on the exact anniversary of Jack's passing, from the furthest reaches of the wild, Leo would lead his pride back. They would stand silently before his grave for several hours, their amber eyes looking toward the old house like a habit that never changed. It was living proof that love and gratitude never die. They only transform from one form to another, from the human heart to the soul of all living things. Looking back at the journey of Jack and Leo, one realizes a profound lesson about connection. In a modern world full of divisions and human dominance over nature, this story is like a gentle prayer for harmony. Jack did not change the nature of a lion. He simply tapped into the goodness and trust that had been wounded by human greed. He taught us that if we approach the wild with respect instead of guns, and with patience instead of imposition, we will receive the purest of emotions in return. Now, whenever the sun sets, dyeing the South African sky red, people still see the silhouette of Leo standing proudly on a high rock outcrop. His shadow stretches long over the land that Jack spent his life protecting. His roar, echoing through the air, no longer sounds fierce, but like a greeting sent to his old friend on the other side of the sky. Their story reminds us that perhaps the answer to changing the world does not lie in grand actions, but in the moments we choose to be present beside a soul in pain. Jack showed the world an obvious yet miraculous truth. When we lead with love, even the wildest hearts will find their way home. If the story of Jack and Leo touched your heart, please share it as a message of faith and the connection between humans and all species. Don't forget to subscribe so we have more motivation to tell you other miraculous stories from the natural world. In your opinion, do animals truly have a sixth sense to feel human love? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. On the vast savanna, where the scorching sun burns away all life and turns lush green fields into a parched golden carpet, the law of survival has never shown mercy. It is often said that there is no room for weakness here. You are either the hunter or the prey. That is the golden law, cruel, ancient, and unbreakable. Keto, a lion cub at the age of learning to assert his authority, accidentally strayed from his pride after a morning spent chasing butterflies and following his youthful curiosity. As the harshest rays of the sun began to pour down, Keto stopped by a shallow puddle near a long-dried stream. There, he saw a small figure trembling. It was Luna, a small gazelle with pure white spots on her back, lost and facing imminent death. Luna was too weak to run. Her spindly legs collapsed onto the cracked earth. Instinctively, Keto lowered his center of gravity, his amber eyes narrowing as he prepared for a pounce. But the moment their eyes met, a miracle happened. Keto did not see food. He saw a loneliness identical to his own. Luna did not see death. She saw an anchor. Keto approached, not with fangs, but with a clumsy, gentle nudge of his nose against Luna's ear. A greeting of peace between two natural enemies. In silence, a bridge of empathy was built, overturning the millennial rules of this land. During the first few hours after that strange encounter, the savanna seemed to hold its breath to witness an unprecedented event. Keto and Luna, two entities from opposite poles, took their first steps in a relationship that had no name. For Keto, Luna and Apos, his presence brought a completely new feeling. Previously, his world revolved around learning how to hunt, how to use his claws, and how to become a proud leader. But beside Luna, Keto felt a gentleness he had never known. They spent an entire afternoon hiding under the lone shade of an ancient baobab tree. Keto began to show concern in the clumsy way of a species that usually knows only violence. He brought back bleached bones or dry branches, placing them in front of Luna, as if inviting his friend to play. Luna was initially trembling. Every time Keto moved suddenly, the small gazelle would shrink back. But gradually, the lion cub's patience and gentle gaze dissolved her fear. Luna began to nuzzle into Keto's mane, seeking the warmth and protection she had lost when she was separated from her mother. Keto realized that protecting a life brought much greater joy than taking it. He watched over Luna while she slept, his ears constantly twitching to listen for strange sounds from the bushes. When a vulture circled in the sky, Keto immediately stood up, emitting a small but authoritative growl to drive away the onlooker. It was not the roar of a hunter guarding its prey, but the roar of an older brother protecting a younger sibling. Their friendship needed no language. It was built through nose nudges, the way Luna trustingly followed Keto's footsteps on the hot sand, and how Keto slowed down to wait for his friend's tiny legs. To an observer, this was a moment where the connection of souls transcended species prejudice. Keto felt Luna's breath, the fragile yet vibrant life of his new friend, and he promised himself he would let nothing harm her. The warmth spreading between two small souls in the heart of the arid savanna is a testament that compassion is not something learned. It is always there, just waiting for a reason to sprout. Keto felt himself grow, not in stature, but in responsibility. He was no longer just a wandering cub. He was a protector. But Keto, in his youthful innocence, could not have foreseen that the real challenge would not come from eagles or the burning sun, but from his own family, from those of his kind who viewed gazelles as nothing more than a menu item. Under the harsh midday sun of the savanna, as heat waves rose from the dry ground and distorted the air, Keto began the journey to bring Luna toward the pride and Apos as territory. In the pure innocence of a child, Keto believed that if he could see the beauty and kindness in Luna and Apos, eyes, his family would do the same. He did not know that, under this bright sun, the only truth recognized by his pride was survival. Keto led the way, his small tail twitching occasionally as if to signal to Luna that everything would be all right. Luna walked unsteadily, the white spots on her back reflecting the sunlight, making her dangerously conspicuous in the land of predators. As the silhouette of the familiar rock cave appeared, Keto excitedly let out a small call for his mother. But the response was not the usual affection. It was a deathly silence. Dozens of lions resting under the shadows of large rocks stood up simultaneously. The daylight revealed the toned muscles and razor-sharp claws of the lionesses. They stared at the strange object approaching. Amazement quickly turned into hunger. In their eyes, Luna was not a living being, but a coincidental lunch brought by the clumsiness of a pride member. Low, guttural growls began to resonate, vibrating through the hot air. The lionesses began to fan out, forming a hunting formation by natural instinct. They did not understand why Keto was walking beside the prey, but the hunger of the dry season allowed no hesitation. A lead lioness stepped forward, her fangs slightly bared beneath thin lips. The tension escalated to the point where one could hear Luna and Apos' frantic heartbeat. The small gazelle completely collapsed under the pressure, huddling right at Keto and Apos' feet, her dark eyes filled with despair as she faced death in the open daylight. Keto stood there, between the scorching sun and the murderous glares of his kind. He felt a cold chill run down his spine as he realized his pride was looking at his friend as mere merchandise. Keto's innocence vanished the moment he saw his own mother approaching with a cold gaze. Keto's world was now left with two choices: step back and become a true lion in the way of the pride, or stand up to protect what he believed was right. Under the brilliant light of day, Keto chose direct confrontation, preparing for a clash that would change both of their destinies. The atmosphere was no longer just tense. It had thickened with the scent of threat. The lionesses, who had been starving for days, could not understand Keto and Apos' bizarre behavior. To them, this was a betrayal of the laws of nature. A large lioness with a long scar on her shoulder suddenly let out a roar that tore through the silence and lunged toward Luna. Following her, two others began to circle to lock down any escape route, their claws scraping the dry earth and creating clouds of dust. Luna was completely paralyzed with fear. She had no strength left to run and nowhere to hide. The small gazelle could only curl up under the burning sun, ears flattened against her head, eyes closed tight, waiting for a fatal pounce. The sound of teeth gnashing and hungry growls echoed right next to her ears. In that moment, Luna was ready to accept death. However, an invisible force prevented it. Keto, the lion cub who had not even lost all his baby fur, suddenly leapt forward. He did not run. He did not give way. Keto used his entire small body to completely shield Luna. He bared his teeth, his amber eyes streaked with the red of fierce determination. When a lioness attempted to lunge and snatch Luna, Keto did not hesitate to strike back with a roar not yet powerful enough to shake the savannah, but enough to make the adult lions freeze in astonishment. "Get back, Keto and Apos," roar seemed to say. He was no longer the cub who whined to his mother. He was protecting his own reason for living. Keto frantically turned in every direction the lionesses intended to attack. He did not fear the collision. He did not fear being tossed aside by the larger lions. Every time he was pushed away, he immediately charged back, standing between the sharp claws and Luna's trembling body. Keto and Apos' ferocity at this moment did not come from hunger, but from compassion and a friendship that transcended instinct. The pride fell into chaos. They were angry at Keto and Apos' stubbornness, but also somewhat wary of the desperation of someone who no longer feared death to protect prey. The mother lions looked at Keto with cold estrangement. They thought he had gone mad, and that this act was an insult to the royal blood flowing through his veins. They roared in indignation, demanding Keto step aside so the law of survival could be fulfilled. Just as the conflict was about to explode into a bloody battle within the pride, a giant shadow began to loom over everyone. The lionesses moved aside in 2 rows, bowing their heads to the ground in absolute submission. The dust vibrated with each heavy footstep. Mufasa, the king of the pride and Keto's father, had appeared. His presence was like a towering mountain, carrying supreme authority and the final judgment of the savannah. The true confrontation was only just beginning. Mufasa approached, each footstep seemingly shaking the earth under the weight of his authority. The giant shadow of the king covered Keto and Luna, blocking out the harsh midday sun. Mufasa did not roar. His silence was the most terrifying thing. He looked at his only son, who was baring his teeth against the entire pride, and then his razor-sharp gaze moved to the gazelle trembling beneath Keto's belly. In Mufasa's eyes, Luna was not a friend, but a weakness that threatened the honor of the lion bloodline. Keto felt his whole body tremble as his father stepped close, Mufasa's hot breath blowing over the top of his head. But instead of running, Keto stood even firmer, his small paws gripping the hot sand. He looked up at his father, his amber eyes never flinching. It was a moment of an unequal yet courageous confrontation. Mufasa let out a low, warning growl, a sound that made the lionesses retreat a few more steps, but Keto remained. He growled back, a raspy, desperate, yet determined cry. Mufasa froze. He saw in his son's eyes not the rebellion of youth, but a fierce will to protect, the very quality a king must have. Only it was being used for a purpose he had never seen before. After a long moment of staring, Mufasa gave a soft huff and turned his back to walk away. It was the silent concession of a king. The pride understood that, for today, Luna was safe. But Keto also understood a heartbreaking truth. This safety was only temporary. The pride would never truly accept Luna. Once night fell and hunger returned, Luna would still be a target. That night, when the savannah was covered in the mystical silver of moonlight, Keto gently nudged Luna. He knew he had to make the hardest decision. In the absolute silence of the dark, 2 shadows, one golden, one spotted, quietly left the rock cave. Keto led Luna across the tall grass, away from the scent of the pride, toward the border of the territory, where large herds of gazelles gathered at the foot of the hills. When they reached the edge of the forest, where the wind carried the scent of Luna's kind, Keto stopped. He could go no further. Luna turned her head, nuzzling Keto's shoulder one last time, a nose nudge containing all the gratitude and bond of the past days. Keto stood silently on the high hill, watching Luna's small figure disappear into the deep green wilderness. He realized that love is not about keeping someone for yourself in a narrow cage of danger, but knowing when to let go so the one you love can live according to their true nature. Luna returned to freedom, and Keto returned to the pride, carrying a heart that had truly matured. The story of Keto and Luna is proof that kindness can sprout in the most arid places. Sometimes, the bravest thing is not when we defeat an enemy, but when we dare to protect what we believe in before those we love most. If you believe that compassion can change the world, please like this video and share it to spread the message of friendship without borders. Leave a comment. Kindness is strength if you were moved by Keto and Appo's journey. Thank you for listening, and always keep a brave heart like this little lion. The Kruger's sun poured down like burning fire, distorting the air above the pitch-black asphalt road that cut through the golden savanna. A line of SUV vehicles filled with tourists sat frozen, not because of engine failure, but because of a primal fear blocking the path ahead. In the center of the road, a massive male lion with a majestic black mane stood motionless. He did not roar, nor did he intend to hunt. He simply stood there, his amber eyes piercing through every car window with a strange persistence, as if searching for a familiar soul among a sea of strange faces. Every sound of the wilderness seemed swallowed by a deathly silence, until the mechanical click of a car door echoed. A pair of leather shoes touched the parched asphalt, creating rhythmic taps amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Elena stepped out, small and alone. She ignored the terrified whispers from surrounding cars and the rifles of conservation officers aimed from a distance. Every step she took on the scorching road was a direct confrontation with death. 10 years is a long time for wild instincts to erase all traces of human connection. Leading experts had warned her that the weak lion cub she once saved was long dead, replaced by a ruthless king with over 150 kilograms of muscle and scars from hundreds of battles for survival. But looking into those eyes, Elena did not see a killer. She saw a weary longing that had lasted a decade. She was betting her life on a fragile fragment of memory, a promise left unspoken during their party. As Keto began to lower his shoulders and take his first steps toward her, the entire world seemed to hold its breath to witness a moment that would redefine the boundary between human and beast. Memory took Elena back to a South African night 10 years ago, when the sky was not black, but a fierce glowing red from forest fires. Smoke and dust crept into every leaf, and the crackling of burning dry branches created a funeral march for the savanna. In that chaos, Elena's father, a dedicated biologist, brought home a small bundle wrapped in an old wool blanket that smelled of acrid smoke. Inside was Keto, a lion cub only a few weeks old, gasping for air and alone after his pride was consumed by the flames. Back then, Keto was not the majestic lord people feared on the asphalt today. He was merely a frail creature with slightly burned paws and eyes clouded by smoke. Elena, then a passionate young woman, accepted this life as a destiny. The long nights that followed were a grueling battle for survival. Elena did not sleep. She spent hours checking his temperature and using small syringes to drop milk into the trembling mouth of the cub. She remembered vividly the feeling of Keto's soft fur against her palm and the way he tucked his head into the crook of her neck to find warmth, as if it were the safest place on earth. The bond between them grew with every breath of the savanna. As Keto recovered, he began to see Elena not just as a caregiver, but as his only remaining kid. A wordless language formed between them that no animal expert could explain. Keto had a very specific habit. Whenever he saw Elena, he would emit a deep vibration in his chest, a powerful purr of the big cat family that Elena called his happy roar. It was the sound of absolute trust, a sound that blurred all boundaries between a small woman and a beast of the green forest. As he grew, Keto displayed the instincts of a king, But before Elena, he remained the child of 10 years ago. On brilliant sunsets, people often witnessed a strange sight at the rescue center. A teenage lion chasing the hem of a young woman's dress, or both lying on the dry grass. Kido resting his head on Elena's lap while quietly listening to her heartbeat. However, Elena understood that the greatest love she could give Kido was not to keep him, but to return him to where he belonged. The day of parting was a deep wound in her heart. When the cage door opened at the National Reserve, Kido stood still for a long time. He looked into Elena's eyes with a gaze that held no fear, only a vast sadness, as if asking why this mother was abandoning him in the desert. Kido walked away, his massive shadow fading into the dust of the savannah, leaving Elena with a silent promise that she would never forget. She thought it was the end of the most beautiful chapter of her life, until rumors of the aggressive king on the asphalt began to spread 10 years later. 10 years is long enough for a lion cub to become a legend, and long enough for a young girl to become a seasoned conservation expert. While Elena was busy with projects in distant lands, Kido had written a new history for himself in the harsh lands of Botswana. Reports from the reserve described Kido as the most majestic black-maned king ever recorded. He had survived dozens of territorial wars, carrying long scars on his face like medals of survival, eventually becoming the supreme ruler of a vast savanna. However, there was something strange about Kido that puzzled scientists and forestry officials. Usually, dominant male lions avoid humans and vehicles to maintain their dignity. But Kido did the opposite. He frequently appeared on a main asphalt road cutting through the reserve, the only place where the wild world encountered human civilization. Kido did not hide in the bushes to stalk prey. He stood tall in the middle of the road, forcing tourist convoys to stop. Videos circulating on social media showed a terrifying image. A giant lion roaring fiercely at the front of a bus, his eyes scrutinizing the thick black glass windows. Tourists were terrified, calling him the insane killer or the nightmare of the asphalt. The reserve management began to worry that Kido had lost his natural fear of humans. And once a lion becomes too aggressive toward vehicles, it is considered a threat that must be removed for safety. On the other side of the world, Elena watched those shaky clips on her computer screen. While millions saw aggression, she saw something entirely different. She observed the way Kido tilted his head, the way he walked around the cars, and looked deep inside with a heartbreaking longing. A crazy thought flashed in her mind. Kido was not attacked. He was searching. He remembered that 10 years ago, humans brought him here in a vehicle. And for 10 years, he had patrolled this road, waiting for the only person who had ever given him warmth. Despite all warnings from colleagues who insisted that predatory instinct had erased the memories of a 10-year-old beast, Elena decided to return. She knew that if she did not appear, Kido might be shot with a tranquilizer dart or worse. The journey back to Botswana was not just a field trip. It was a race against time to save the soul of a stray king. Standing at the gateway of the reserve, Elena felt the heat of the savannah hit her face, carrying the scent of dry grass and dust, scents she and Kido had inhaled together 10 years ago. She knew she was entering a gamble where the price was her life, but she also knew that somewhere on that long asphalt road, a wild heart was beating the rhythm of waiting. The asphalt road through the reserve now resembled the stage of a tragedy waiting for its final curtain. Jeeps and tourist buses lined up, engines idling, but no one dared move. Not far away, Kido lay crouched in the middle of the road, his long tail lashing against the hot asphalt, a clear sign of agitation. The midday sun fell on his black mane, creating an appearance both authoritative and menacing. Elena sat in the lead vehicle, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. She took a deep breath, her trembling hands finding the door handle. "You cannot do this, Elena. He will tear you apart in seconds."
Please, let me go.
The ranger with her shouted, his hand already on the butt of his rifle. But Elena did not answer. She knew that if a shot rang out now, even a tranquilizer, the fragile bond between her and Kido would be broken forever. She opened the door and stepped out. The sound of her leather soles hitting the dry asphalt rang out sharply, breaking a silence so heavy you could hear the wind whistling through distant baobab trees. From the cars behind, hundreds of tourists held their breath. Camera lenses pointed at the small woman walking alone toward the lord of the savannah. Keto immediately stood up. He lowered his center of gravity, his muscular shoulders tensed, and a low, long roar that shook the ground erupted from his chest. The golden eyes of the black-maned king locked onto the target. In the world of lions, a creature approaching directly like this could only be an enemy or prey. Elena stopped when the distance was less than 10 meters. She felt the heat radiating from Keto's massive body, the scent of wild beast and dust filling her nostrils. "Keto, my little one, it is me," Elena called softly, her voice trembling but filled with a strange tenderness. She did not look into his eyes in a defiant way, but tilted her head slightly, a gesture she used 10 years ago to reassure him. The lion suddenly froze. He narrowed his eyes, his large nose sniffing the air intensely, trying to find something buried under the dust of 10 years of hunting and killing. Elena began to whistle a short melody, the tune she used whenever she brought a milk bottle to him during cold nights at the rescue center. An eerie silence covered the entire road. Keto took one step, then two. The guards had chambered their rounds, sweat pouring down their foreheads. The lion was now right in front of Elena, his massive head level with her chest. He opened his mouth, revealing long, sharp fangs. Some tourists in the crowd closed their eyes, unable to watch what came next. But then, instead of a brutal pounce, Keto abruptly stopped. He stretched his neck out, sniffing deeply at Elena's hair. 1 second, 2 seconds passed like an entire century. Suddenly, the most ferocious beast in the reserve relaxed his body, emitted a deep purr, and leaned his heavy head against Elena's shoulder, causing her to stagger back a step. It was not an attack. It was the hug of a child reunited with a mother after 10 years of being lost. In the middle of the modern asphalt road, a symbol of human encroachment, an unbelievable scene unfolded that made time stand still. Elena wrapped her arms around Keto's thick, coarse black mane, her fingers sinking into the sun-drenched fur of the Savannah King. Her tears fell, blurring into the hide of the beast. Keto no longer growled threateningly. He stood still, eyes closed, repeatedly nuzzling Elena's neck while making soft whimpering sounds like a grievance after 10 years of waiting and loneliness. The tourists watching from afar, who had just been trembling with fear, were now silent. Many could not hold back tears witnessing the power of a love that transcends all boundaries of instinct and species. The reunion lasted only a few short minutes on the asphalt, but for Elena, it was worth more than a decade of separation. She understood she was right. Keto had never become aggressive due to a cruel nature. He was simply using his roar as a lighthouse, hoping his old friend would hear and find the way back. Now, as Elena's warmth touched that wild heart, the longing in Keto seemed soothed. He had found the answer he had sought throughout 3,650 days of patrolling this road. Elena stepped back, her hand gently stroking Keto's ears one last time. She looked deep into those golden eyes, whispering words of love and an apology for making him wait so long. "Go, Keto. This is your home. Be a true king," she whispered. As if understanding the message, Keto stood tall, reclaiming his inherent majesty. He no longer looked at the tourist vehicles with scrutinizing eyes. He turned his head, slowly walking toward the tall sun-scorched grass beside the asphalt. As his massive shadow was about to sink into the yellow of the savannah, Keto stopped, looking back at Elena one last time. A look of serenity, freedom, and pride. Elena returned to the car, and the vehicle moved away from the reserve, leaving behind an asphalt road that was now peaceful. From then on, the black-maned lion was no longer seen blocking tourist convoys. Keto truly returned to being a ghost of the savannah, living the wildest, freest life he deserved. The story of Keto and Elena spread across the world as a testament. The heart of a wild animal is not a barren land of ignorance, but a place containing the most enduring memories. The trip brought Elena infinite peace. She realized that the sincere love she gave Keto 10 years ago had not disappeared. It had transformed into a strength that helped the animal survive and maintain faith amidst the harshness of nature. The message Elena brought back was not just about animal conservation, but about the miraculous connection between all species. Humans may forget, asphalt roads may wear down, but the purest vibrations of friendship will always exist, like an invisible thread connecting the soul of man and the spirit of the green forest. Imagine yourself standing in the heart of the African savanna at the most radiant hour of the day. The sunset pours down like liquid honey, staining the dry grasses that rustle in the wind a deep gold. There, a lion cub with chubby paws and eyes full of curiosity clumsily practices pouncing over thorn bushes. Since childhood, we have been told that these animals are symbols of courage, uncrowned kings holding the power of absolute freedom. However, as we look deeper toward that distant horizon, the image suddenly shatters. The vast, endless skyline is gone. In its place are cold rows of barbed wire fences. This is not the beginning of a life of freedom, but the start of a predetermined sentence. In South Africa, behind the glamorous tourism advertisements, lies a truth few wish to mention: lions in glass cages. They are not born to rule a vast green kingdom, but to become a product in a cruel industrial assembly line. From the arms of volunteers to selfies with tourists, every caress is a step in preparing for a tragic end at the barrel of a billionaire hunter's gun. Together, we will delve into the journey of these creatures to understand that sometimes misguided human kindness is the very beginning of an inescapable pain. The journey of a captive-born lion usually begins with a lie, skillfully wrapped in the guise of humanitarianism. In these breeding facilities, cubs are torn away from their mothers just hours or days after birth. To a casual observer, the sight of a tiny, chirping cub being bottle-fed by a smiling volunteer looks like a noble rescue mission. But in nature, a lioness would never voluntarily abandon her young. By forcibly separating them, farm owners force the mother into a continuous breeding cycle, turning her into an industrial birthing machine at a frequency 3 to 4 times higher than normal. For the cubs, the first months of life are a whirlwind of human hands. This is the petting phase, the big moneymaker. Thousands of well-intentioned but uninformed tourists, many traveling from as far as the United States, visit these farms. They willingly pay significant sums to hold a cub in their arms and take a shimmering selfie for social media. They are fed heartwarming scripts. Their mother abandoned them, or these lions are being raised to be released into the wild to save the species. It is a narrative that strikes a chord of compassion, prompting tourists to open their wallets without hesitation. However, scientific reality is far colder. A lion raised by human hands, stripped of its wild instincts and lacking a pride's social structure, can almost never return to the wild. They lack hunting skills and, most importantly, they lose their instinctive fear of humans, a survival requirement. In truth, these cubs are being socialized for a darker purpose. By teaching them that humans bring food and affection, breeders ensure that later, when a hunter enters a fenced enclosure, the lion will not run away. It will saunter toward them, expecting a treat or a scratch behind the ears, only to receive a cold bullet. This industry exists entirely on our desire to connect with nature. It exploits human empathy to operate a production line of life. Volunteers from around the world pay thousands of dollars to work here, believing they are contributing to conservation, when in reality, they are providing free labor for wildlife traffickers. We must ask ourselves, is a radiant photo on social media for 5 minutes worth the lifetime imprisonment of a majestic creature? The truth is, every time a tourist pays to hold a cub, they unknowingly become a link in this chain of tragedy, where love for animals is weaponized for cruelty. As the cubs grow, they begin to lose their small, adorable appearance. Those chubby paws now carry razor-sharp claws, and their high-pitched chirps have transformed into a majestic roar that shakes the soul. At this stage, they're no longer fit to be held by tourists or featured in sweet selfies. They enter the second phase of their lives, the waiting period to become a commodity in the truest sense. No longer provided with cozy rooms or volunteer care, they're moved to larger enclosures, yet still separated from the world by towering electric fences. Here, their predatory instincts are completely stifled, as food is thrown over the fence every day like livestock. This is when the value of a king is quantified by soulless numbers on online trophy hunting websites. For wealthy trophy hunters from around the world, hunting a wild lion is an expensive, difficult, and risky process. They must trek through deep bush for weeks, facing danger and sometimes returning empty-handed. But in the canned hunting industry, everything is 100% guaranteed. A long list of targets appears with photos and specific price tags. A male lion with a thick black mane, a symbol of power and grandeur, can be sold for $40,000 to $50,000. Smaller or less healthy lions are priced lower, around $5,000. The price of a life now depends entirely on how it will look on the victor's living room wall. The tragedy lies in the fact that this is not a fair hunt between man and beast. It is a staged execution. The lion, so accustomed to the scent of humans and seeing them as a source of food, will have no reflex to flee when a hunter approaches. In even more horrific cases, the animal may be starved or drugged so that it stands still, allowing the wealthy client to make the kill without any effort. When a gunshot rings out in that confined space, it is not the sound of a hunter conquering nature, but the sound of betrayal. The lion trusted humans since birth, only to be executed by the very hands that once bottle-fed it. Each year, approximately 1,000 lions fall in these bloody scenarios. The massive profits from these hunts are never reinvested into conservation as the advertisements claim. Instead, the money flows into the pockets of farm owners, fueling the construction of more fences, the breeding of more stock, and the continuation of a cycle that turns the symbol of freedom into a negotiable commodity. When we put a price on a king, we don't just kill an animal, we suffocate the dignity of the natural world. The tragic story of captive lions does not end with the hunter's gunshot. In fact, the cruelty of this industry involves a total extraction process that outsiders can hardly imagine. After the hunter takes the head and hide as a proud trophy to hang on a wall, the remainder of the lion's carcass, the skeleton, begins another dark journey. This is where the ripple effect spreads, moving beyond the farms to directly threaten the survival of the last wild lion prides on Earth. In recent years, as the supply of tiger bones in Asia has become scarce due to tightened regulations, lion bones have become a perfect substitute. In countries like China, lion bones are ground into powder to make traditional cakes, medicinal wine, or jewelry, driven by the blind belief in their healing, strengthening powers. This creates a double revenue stream for farm owners. They collect money from cub-petting tourists, collect money from hunters, and finally sell the bones to international kingpins. It is a closed-loop process where not a single hair or scrap of bone is wasted in the pursuit of profit. The real danger lies in the fact that the legal lion bone market from these farms unintentionally becomes a shield for poaching. When lion bone products are allowed to circulate, it becomes impossible to distinguish between the bones of a captive-bred lion and a wild lion shot illegally in national parks. Poachers can launder their products into this market, driving up the demand for lion bones and indirectly putting the real kings of the savannah in the crosshairs of snipers. We are creating a global market hungry for lion parts, and the price we pay is the extinction of the species in the wild. Furthermore, the biological consequences of this captivity are equally ruthless. To maximize profit, many farm owners engage in inbreeding to create individuals with specific physical traits or simply to rapidly increase the population. The result is generations of lions born with bone deformities, weakened immune systems, and severe neurological issues. They bear the shape of a lion, but have been stripped of the strength and genetic identity of their species. Looking through the barbed wire fences in South Africa, we don't just see imprisoned creatures. We see the disintegration of a symbol. The king of the jungle has been reduced to pieces of profit, petting fees, kill fees, and bone export fees. Understanding this connection is vital, as it shows that the problem is not just a few isolated farms, but a global consumption network that requires public awakening to be dismantled. It is easy to feel a heavy sadness when facing these truths. The image of lions born only to be target practice is a wound that is hard to heal. However, the reason we share this story is not to drown you in despair, but to empower you with the truth. Great change in Africa often begins with the small choices made in living rooms in America or anywhere else in the world. We are the demand side of this economic equation, and that means we hold the power to shift the market. The solution lies in the concept of ethical tourism. There are wonderful sanctuaries and national parks where lions live according to their true nature, wild, wary of humans, and part of a complex, magnificent ecosystem. When you choose to visit places like Kruger National Park or the Serengeti, your entry fees go directly to anti-poaching units and habitat conservation efforts. You are using your vote to choose a world where lions are respected from a distance, through the lens of binoculars, rather than being petted in a cramped cage. We also need to learn how to identify genuine conservation facilities. A simple golden rule: if a facility allows you to touch, feed, or take selfies with lion cubs, it is not a true sanctuary. A legitimate rescue center always prioritizes animal welfare over tourist preferences. They create a forever home for abandoned creatures without breeding them or using them for profit. By educating friends and family about the truth behind the cub petting photo, we can make these farms unprofitable and cause them to fade away. Think back to the sunset we saw at the beginning. We want that image to be more than just a distant dream. We want a world where a cub's biggest concern is learning how to pounce on its sibling's tail, not when the next tourist bus will arrive. We have the opportunity to be the generation that ends the era of canned hunting. We can choose to support organizations like Blood Lions or the Born Free Foundation, who work tirelessly to change laws and shut down these life factories. Thank you for staying with me to the end of this painful truth. If this story touched your heart, please share it. The more people understand the reality behind the lion petting photo, the sooner we can break this cruel cycle. Let the wilderness be returned to its true meaning. Let us ensure that the kings keep their crowns, not in a cage, but under the vast African sky. Until then, stay curious, stay compassionate, and remember that every choice you make is shaping the world we live in. On the golden fields of the Serengeti at high noon, time seems to stand still under the scorching sun. Shimmering heat waves dance over the thorny acacia canopies, creating a blurry and desolate landscape. Amidst this vast expanse stands Zara, a woman with sun-kissed skin and eyes carrying the steadfastness of someone who has spent her life learning the language of the wilderness. Facing her is Tembo, a giant African bull elephant weighing over 5 tons. Tembo carries not only the strength of a savanna deity, but also the scars of a tragic past, etched through the jagged, tattered edges of his ears. To a stranger, Tembo is the embodiment of danger, a giant capable of leveling a house with a single angry step. But to Zara, Tembo is a broken soul. She steps closer, her small yet firm hand resting gently on the rough bridge of the elephant's trunk. Between them, there is no sign of bull hooks or chains. The only thing Zara carries is a vibrant red cloth, a crimson streak standing out against the gray backdrop of earth and dust. As Zara begins to hum a low melody, a miraculous transformation occurs. It is the lullaby titled Echo of the Matriarch, a piece composed of low frequencies and soft rumbles, precisely mimicking how a matriarch soothes her calf in the dark of the deep wild. The melody weaves through the air, shattering the prevailing tension. Within seconds, the giant's heavy eyelashes begin to flicker and close. The world's largest land mammal, is slowly letting go of its guard to surrender to a lullaby. This is the beginning of a magical journey where a bridge between two species is built not by power, but by profound empathy and absolute trust. To understand why Zara's lullaby possesses such miraculous healing power, we must go back in time to the day Tembo first set foot in the sanctuary. In the African wild, elephants are known as creatures with the deepest intelligence and emotions. But that intelligence can sometimes become a curse. Elephants never forget, and neither did Tembo. He was a survivor of a bloody encounter with poachers in the dark, a tragedy that claimed his family and left him stranded in the wilderness. When he first stepped off the transport vehicle, Tembo was not a majestic lord, but a trembling mass of fear and rage. His ears were always flared, his trunk constantly searching the air for threats that no longer existed. In the records, he was labeled a problem elephant, a tag usually reserved for creatures who have lost faith in the world after witnessing the unthinkable. Zara, with 10 years of experience studying elephant psychology, knew that traditional training methods would utterly fail with Tembo. He didn't need to be conquered, he needed to be mended. For the first 3 months, Zara made no attempt to touch him. Every afternoon, she simply sat about 20 meters from the enclosure fence, under the shade of an old acacia tree, and read books out loud. She wanted Tembo to grow accustomed to the vibration of a human voice, to recognize that the sound was associated with peace rather than the terrifying gunshots or screams of his past. Those were long, grueling afternoons where the red dust of the savannah coated her clothes and the searing heat tested human patience. During that time, Zara observed a heartbreaking truth. Tembo seemed to have forgotten how to rest. In nature, an elephant can only sleep deeply when it feels absolute protection from a matriarch. Tembo had not lain down for weeks. He stood there, nodding off in a state of high alert, his legs always ready to flee or charge. Exhaustion made Tembo more irritable and aggressive than ever. Zara realized that if she couldn't find him a new herd, she had to become his matriarch, a steady spiritual anchor amidst the vast savannah. She began experimenting with low-frequency sounds, mimicking the infrasonic rumbles elephants use to communicate across miles. After many adjustments, Zara found a specific rhythm, a slow, steady tempo like the heartbeat of Mother Earth. She called it the origin of the echo of the matriarch. This melody was not just music, it was a biological signal. It whispered to Tembo's stressed nervous system, "The savannah is quiet. I am watching the horizon for you. You can let go of everything now." Zara's persistence bore fruit when, for the first time in months, Tembo stopped swaying his anxious head and turned his ears toward her, not to threaten, but to listen. It was the moment the icy wall in the giant's heart began to show its first cracks. When the sun reaches its zenith, scorching everything with equatorial heat, a strange and mesmerizing ritual begins. Zara walks toward Tembo, a vibrant red cloth draped over her shoulder, shining like a small flame in the brilliant noon sun. To a stranger passing by, it might look like a mere old piece of fabric, but to Tembo, that cloth is an invaluable sensory signal. In the sweltering heat of the savannah, fierce African horseflies relentlessly attack, clinging to the sensitive skin around the eyes and ears of elephants. This physical harassment often prevents traumatized elephants like Tembo from ever reaching deep sleep, as they must constantly flap their ears and flick their trunks to ward off insects. Zara begins to sing, a gentle, undulating melody in a local language that translates to "the river flows home." Along with her song, she begins to use the cloth. She does not strike the elephant, as some might mistake from a distance. Instead, she performs a dance of soothing. The red cloth dances in the air, each gentle swish perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the lullaby. She uses it to brush away the flies swarming around his temples and gently wipes the red dust accumulating at the corners of Tembo and Apo's. He sighs. This action mimics how a mother elephant uses her trunk or tail to groom and protect her calf, an act of empathy that pierces through all species barriers. The red cloth serves two vital purposes. First, it provides physical relief from the painful bites of insects. Second, the steady whoosh-whoosh of the fabric against the elephant and Apo's rough skin acts as a metronome. It helps Tembo anchor his mind in the present moment, rather than letting horrific memories of the past invade. We can see Tembo's trunk, once coiled and trembling with anxiety, finally relax, its tip resting gently on the red earth. His massive head begins to lower. Zara moves closer, pressing her forehead against the elephant and Apo's trunk, her voice never wavering for a second. The heat of the day seems to recede, giving way to a sacred and silent space. It is a scene of paradox, yet immense beauty. A woman who gave up city comforts and an elephant who lost his family, both finding a common ground of peace amidst the dusty savannah. The red cloth in Zara's hand is now no different from a conductor's baton, directing a symphony of recovery. In that moment, the world seems to consist only of the breath of two creatures blending together under the vast African sky, a testament to how love can dissolve all pain if we are patient enough to listen. What is truly happening inside Tembo's extraordinary brain during those 10 short minutes? It is a biological miracle created only through patience. For a traumatized elephant, the fear center in the brain is stuck in a state of maximum activation, like an alarm bell that never turns off. By using low-frequency sounds and rhythmic touches, Zara is performing a magnificent soothing of the nervous system. Oxytocin, the hormone of bonding and trust, begins to flood Tembo's system, gradually neutralizing the excess cortisol that kept him in a state of hypervigilance for years. This is not a coincidence, but the result of profound understanding, where science is wrapped in the mantle of compassion. The magic reaches its peak when Tembo's massive knees begin to buckle. He does not lie down out of weakness, but because he has reached the threshold of absolute and unconditional trust. For an African elephant, lying down in front of a human is the ultimate expression of entrusting one's life. In the natural world, the lying position is when they are most vulnerable. A 5-ton creature requires significant time and effort to stand back up if a predator suddenly attacks. If Tembo did not believe the small woman before him could protect him, he would remain standing forever like a lonely, exhausted fortress. The impact of the massive body on the ground creates a deep thud, sending a cloud of red dust into the air as a confirmation of total surrender. Zara does not stop there. She gently kneels beside his large ear, the humming of the echo of the matriarch continuing steadily, blending with the wind blowing through the dry grass. Her hand continues to move the red cloth in a hypnotic rhythm, then gently spreads it over the elephant's eyes. The vibrant red cloth now serves as a canopy, protecting Tembo's sensitive eyes from the harsh midday savannah sun. This is the most vivid proof of a truth. The most violent conflicts with nature cannot be resolved with noise or sturdy fences, but through the quietest and most sincere forms of communication. Watching Tembo's chest heave with deep breaths, we realize the aggressive elephant of the past is gone. In his place is a creature enjoying true peace. This moment challenges every prejudice regarding the wildness and ferocity of animals. It suggests that the boundary between humans and nature is actually a wall built of fear. When that fear is dismantled, the only thing left is a pure connection between two souls. Tembo is not just sleeping. He is being healed in a dream where, for the first time in years, there are no shadows of hatred or the pain of loss. As Tembo drifts into a deep sleep, the surrounding space also slowly settles. Zara quietly retreats, leaving a peaceful void for the sleeping giant. From a distance, against the vast African horizon, the silhouette of the small woman and the giant elephant is but a solitary yet powerful dot. The afternoon sun begins to fade, casting long shadows across the red earth. The final image lingering in the mind is the vibrant red cloth covering Tembo's eyes. It looks like a symbol of a heart beating in sync with the wild. The melody of the lullaby seems to linger in the air, even though Zara has stopped singing. We realize that this story is not merely about saving a single elephant. It is a profound metaphor for how we treat the different and the alien in our lives. If a woman can soothe a broken giant with just a song and a thin piece of fabric, what could we achieve in our own lives if we chose to lead with empathy instead of power or violence? Timbo's journey is a resounding success, but the conservation battle at this sanctuary never truly stops. The African savanna is changing every day. Habitats are shrinking, and the cost of maintaining a safe haven for giants like Timbo is astronomical. Watching Timbo occasionally twitch his trunk in his sleep, perhaps dreaming of lush green fields or the family he once lost, we understand that we're being invited to become part of his new family. We often mistakenly believe that to change the world, we need to create loud echoes or grand gestures. But as Zara proved through the echo of the matriarch and a simple red cloth, sometimes the most profound changes occur in the silence of a lullaby. It is a change that comes not from coercion, but from the voluntary letting go of defensive armor to embrace love. The story of Timbo and the red cloth does not end when the elephant wakes up. It continues to live in the hearts of everyone who witnesses it, as a reminder that compassion is a universal language that any creature can understand. As the twilight falls to blur the footprints in the dust, the belief in a harmonious world between humans and all living things remains as bright as the red of the cloth on the savanna. Because, after all, every creature in this world, whether great or small, deserves a gentle melody to soothe their soul and a safe place to call home.